So. Okay. Ja, guten Morgen. So, für alle Leute, die online zuhören und die heute hier vor Ort den Weg gefunden haben. Hello, good morning. Welcome to the second day of the Volla Community Days. We have today very exciting presentations, demonstrations, very interesting also for developers, but we also will have some demonstrations or presentations from business partners. And today this morning it's starting very interesting with Dark Soil. Dark Soil will introduce themselves. It's a business partner from us. They can help developers to create appealing Volla Cloud apps. And this is also something maybe business people may have a look at, even if they don't understand everything, but to see that there's a good way to build compelling apps efficiently. And because our goal is that the Volla Cloud will become an ecosystem, an alternative ecosystem to build cloud apps. And the more developers and the more companies are using that, the attractiveness will grow. So thank you very much that you're online. The stage is yours. And I'm looking forward to hear your presentation. Thanks. Hello.
Hey. Thank you so much, Dr. Bersher. I can't actually see anyone else apart from Dr. Bersher or me. I hope I'm speaking to a full room of people excited for the second day of Volla Days. I hope everyone's having a fun time. I wish I could have been there with you. Yeah, so if it's okay, I'm going to share my screen and start the presentation. Okay, let me share my screen here. Cool. Awesome. Cool. So, hey, I'm Guillem Cordova from Dark Soil Studio, and I'm really excited to introduce you to the P2P Shipyard, which is a batteries included development suite for P2P apps. Cool. So, P2P apps have unique capabilities, and we are all really excited about the possibilities that P2P apps bring to the real world. They have censorship resistance and ability to circumvent different internet shutdown scenarios and disaster scenarios. They work even without internet access, so as long as my device can reach your device, the app works. And they enable transparency and immutability, right? In centralized systems, the admin can always maybe just log in and change the state of the world. That's not the case in distributed systems a lot of the time. But they can actually be really difficult to build P2P apps. It's a notoriously difficult problem that distributed systems bring all this set of issues with them in terms of straight synchronization, in terms of integrity and security, in terms of anonymity, in a lot of different ways. And it actually often feels like you're swimming upstream, like the entire industry is tuned for centralized systems and to develop Web2 apps. So it often feels like you try to use stuff that's already there and you can't really, because everything is developed for another way of doing things. So this is why we built the P2P Shipyard, which is a development suite for building P2P apps. It's a way of helping developers build P2P apps much quicker, much easier. So the development suite includes plug-and-play modules for commonly needed features. So things like notifications or roles or profiles, link devices, things that actually most apps need. They are included as modules in the shipyard. The shipyard also includes bridges to connect to centralized services. So things like email or Stripe or maybe push notifications. These are things that, well, we still need the convenience to connect to centralized systems because the whole internet is tuned to that direction, and there is a lot that there's a lot of services that people just expect to work, like email. So we need a way to bridge the decentralized world and the centralized world. And also the P2P shipyard supports targeting both desktop and mobile platforms. To achieve that, it uses Holochain as its underlying P2P protocol. So Holochain has been mentioned for sure yesterday and today. I think you will hear more. Holochain is not a blockchain; it's a distributed system protocol that has flexibility and integrity built in. So we are using that as our underlying P2P protocol. And also it's the same protocol that powers the Volla Cloud. And we also use Tauri as the tooling for packaging our apps. So this is the way that we target both desktops and mobile platforms. Cool. So now it's demo time. I'm going to build a really, really simple forum app using the shipyard, and then I'm going to publish it to our demo app store. I'm not sure it's feasible for everyone in the room, but if somebody watching or has a laptop on their site or something like that, you can go to darksoil.studio/demo-launcher and actually download the App Store yourself. So when I'm finished building, I'm going to publish the app to the App Store, and then you should be able to download it and just play around with it. Cool. So that's the goal. That's darksoil.studio/demo-launcher. Cool. So let me actually go ahead and move on to the P2P shipyard documentation page. This is it. This is the documentation page. And I'm going to move on to the create a P2P app section. Cool. So here on the side, there is a build guide that walks you through all the steps needed in developing a P2P app. And I'm just going to walk through them really quickly. I don't have time to explain everything. I'm just gonna try to give you a sense of what's possible with the shipyard. Cool. So I've already done the setup. Let me start by creating an app with the P2P shipyard. So I've copied this command here, running that command. It's asking me for the app name. Yeah, okay. Can you see that? I think that's probably seeable. App name, I'm just going to make a simple forum app. Cool, I like PNPM. Cool, so I have an app now. Let me run VS Code so that you can see what's happening. Cool. So this is what was just created. So this is a bare-bones skeleton, right? We have the UI, which is the front end, and the DNAs, which is the backend. Right now, there is nothing there. We are going to create some of it now. And we also have a bunch of starting scripts that provide everything that you need in the development life cycle of your app. Cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and go into the development environment of the shipyard for this one app, and I'm going to install the dependencies. Cool. And next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a DNA. A DNA is a Holochain concept, which is the integrity rules that define a network. So in our forum app, it's really simple. We only have one network. It's going to be called forum. So that's it. Cool. So now that we have that, it's already mentioning that, hey, maybe you want to add some modules to this app. So here on the side, you can see all the the list of modules that we have already working and ready to be used in the shipyard. So things like profiles, linked devices, file storage, notifications, notes. For this app, I'm going to plug in 4 modules: the profiles, linked devices, file storage, and comments. So let's start with profiles. I'm going to go ahead and go to the documentation for profiles, and each of these modules is a collection of UI elements that are plug and play, and they already know how to do everything. And also backend components, right? So it's the full vertical slice of a fully working feature set for your app. So let me go ahead and in the setup, run the scaffold command. Cool, and it's going to do a bunch of steps. I'm just going to agree. Awesome. So, okay, now we have, just wait a second. Cool, now we have profile management in our app. Awesome. Let me go ahead and also import link devices. Okay, link devices. Same way. Yes, cool. Let me also import file storage. And let me also import comments. Cool. So now we have our bare bones app with 4 modules installed. Now, the only thing that's needed is, okay, apart from the most commonly needed functionality that we describe here, what is your app actually about that we can't really provide you as a module, because we are not saying that all apps can just be modules and nothing else. So this forum app is needing some posts, right? So let me go ahead and create a really simple posts module unique to my app. So in Holochain, modules are called zones. So I'm going to scaffold the zone, and this is going to be an integrity coordinator. Yes, the name is going to be posts. Cool. So this has just created a zone, and if you want to take a look at the backend, now we have inside DNA's forum zones, and we have an already prepared set of functions that our backend already supports. So in our module, I'm going to add an entry type, which is just the data types that are in our app, and it's going to be the post entry type in the posts integrity zone. And our posts are going to have a title, which is of type string, yes. And should UI be generated for this field? Yes, please. And I'm going to select from these widgets that can render a string, a text field. Cool. So a post can have a title and also a body. The same way it's a string, but in this case, I'm going to select text area with mentions. So if you press the add symbol, it prompts you to select from the profiles that exist in the app. Cool. And then the last field is going to be an image, actually, and this is going to be optional. So when you create a post, you optionally can publish an image with it. So entry hash, should a link? No. Should UI be generated? Yes. And it already offers me the option to render it as an image. Awesome. Add another field to the entry? Actually, no. Title, body, image. Do you want to proceed? Proceed, confirm. Yes, I want the post to be updatable and deletable. Cool. And yes, I want better performance over a little bit more storage. Cool. Okay, that just created the post entry, and you can see already it has create post, get latest post, both in the backend and in the front end. I have everything that I need now for my newly created post entry type. So I have a create post element, edit post, post detail, everything that I need. The last thing that I'll do is I'll create a collection. So a collection is a list, just a collection, a set of entries, right, that I want to collect in my app. And in this case, I'm going to actually collect all posts, right? I need a way to display all the posts that have been created by anyone in the app. Cool. Collection is going to be global, yes. And it's going to collect the post entry type. Cool. I'm done scaffolding. Now I have not only the skeleton of the app, I have an app with 4 modules and 4 modules that I've imported from the shipyard and a post module that I've generated on the fly. So let me go ahead and just run pnpm start. First, I need to do git add, and now pnpm start. And let's take a look at the app as is right now. So that's going to just take a while to compile and start. In the meanwhile, I'm going to go ahead and go over to Holochain app. This is the top level element from my app, and it already tells me here, uncomment this if you choose the profile zone as your profiles provider, which we have. So I'm going to uncomment this. Cool. Okay, let's take a look. This is our app as it is right now. So it already has all the proof, like when you haven't created a profile, it prompts you to create a profile. And if you have actually created a profile in another device, it prompts you to link your device. So it's already configured to play well with the modules. So I haven't created a profile, so let's create a new profile. I'm Guillem, and this is my avatar, create profile. Cool. Right now, it's just still the skeleton. We have a top bar, and I can click my profile, and I can already edit my profile. So let me go ahead and move to homepage, which is what we are seeing here. And it tells me, replace this with the content of your app. Maybe you want to import elements from one of the zone modules. Cool. So let's do that. And I'm just going to take away the root, and I'm going to declare the root as all posts, which is the element that we generated with the collection step. Okay, so now we already have no posts found. Cool. Now I actually need a way to create a post, so I'm going to add a button here to create a post. So let me do that real quick. So create post, set button, and when you click the create post button, you should go to create post. Cool. So I click this and it goes to create post. Hey, this is a post. Okay, and this is a body. And I'm going to upload a picture. This one, for example, create post. Cool. So now we have the post. You can edit it, you can delete it. I can go back and I already see the post here. If I create a profile in the second peer and I create the profile and I need to reload, I already see the other post, right? Cool. So now, if you remember, I added the comments module. So now what I want is when you click on the post, you should be able to see all the comments for this post and add a comment for yourself. So to that, I'm going to go over to post detail, and I'm going to, in the post, let me copy this over. Cool. And again, I need to tip. Cool. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug in an element coming from the comments module, which is create comment. And the commented thing is this post. So create comment. And I actually need to import it as well. So these are custom elements. If anyone knows what custom elements are, these are elements that are compatible with any web framework. So they just work out of the box in any web technology. Cool. So, okay, so I have a post, and now I have already a way to create a comment. I don't have a way to see all the comments, so let's just add that. So this is another element, comments for commented. Obviously, no, comments for commented. Obviously, this a developer would do by looking at the documentation and seeing what elements they need and append them. But here, because of time, I'm just speed running this. So comments for commented, which is the block that we just imported. Cool. So let's see. Okay, so now we have no comments found for this commented. So hey, and I comment. Cool. And I see the comment. And I come here and I also see the comment from the other peer. Cool. So now we have posts with comments already working. Now I'm going to also add a way to link my device. So for that, what I want is in my profile page, I want to import another one of these blocks. So my profile page is here, and the block is called link device recipient. Maybe a bit of margin. Cool. And I need to import it from the link devices module. Link devices, these elements recipient. Okay, let's see how it looks like. So if I go to my profile, okay, now I see this element, right? You can either edit your profile or you can scan this code with your other device to link your devices. This is what the normal user flow could be like in our app. Cool. So I'd say we are done. We have, in a really small time, created a small forum app in which you can create posts, you can upload images. So let's actually just package it and publish it. So I'm going to just kill this and now run npm package, which is going to package both frontend and backend in a holochain special executable. I can't really do an end user executable since it takes a long time to compile, but I'm going to show how that's done later. Cool, so this is building. I'm going to go ahead and move over to demo launcher. So this is our demo app store. So right now there are no apps. So let me start by creating an app here. So this is a small forum app, and its icon, it's going to be the forum icon. Create app. Cool. This is the one. And now I can create a new release here, and let me find the package that was just created. So this should be here. Forum, work there. This forum.webhub is the package, the holochain package that includes both frontend and backend. So let me upload that. And this is version 01, first release, create app. Cool. So if anyone has downloaded the launcher, they should already have the forum app available to install. If I click install here, it's going to fetch it from the network and actually install it. So I can just click on this app and I have my app already working here. Okay. So I haven't created my profile. So let me go ahead and say Guillem. Cool. And now what I want to do is I'm going to switch over to my phone and I'm going to open my demo launcher in my phone. Just this is our app we'll have already seen. In my phone, I'm seeing also the forum app. I'm going to go ahead and install it. And what I want to demonstrate here as well is how you can link two devices together. Cool. So app installed successfully. And this is the link devices recipient. Cool. Yes, link this device. I'm scanning the QR code. Cool. It recognized it. And now enter this passcode in your other device, and it's valid for 1 minute. So that's 7, 2, 3, and 6. Cool. And now the other way around as well. Device link request received. Enter the passcode from your other device, which is 5592. Cool. Now I have my device linked successfully, and you can't really see it, but from my phone, it's basically the same UI, and I now have two devices for the same person playing in the same app. And if anyone just comes here and tries to create a post, and here I can also just mention myself maybe. This is a mention to myself, and I can create the post. And okay, so here you see the post. I see the post also on my phone, and you see all the posts in the homepage of the application. Cool. So that's it for the demo of how to build an app in, what was it, 10 minutes, something like this. Obviously, it's still simple, but hopefully you can see the developer flow of the shipyard in helping you basically include most of what you need in your application to bootstrap, really bootstrap in a good way the development process. If I wanted to add a way to target mobile or desktop platforms, I'm going to go ahead and go back here and add support for cross-platform binaries, right? So I take this and I just run this here, and what this is going to do is it's going to create a Tauri executable to produce them. So this is studio.darksoil.forum, and the UI, the npm package that contains the UI is the UI one. Cool. So now what this has created is a source Tauri folder with a Tauri app that already knows to take the forum app, already installed the app at runtime. And here you could add things like geolocation, things like notifications, things like camera. These are all things that Tauri supports. Cool. So what else is in the shipyard? As of now, we have things like real-time collaborative nodes. So here we have two agents running. This is just a simple demo, and I can just type on the left, and you can see on the right, it's a real-time collaborative node taking up. And obviously, this is usable for docs as well. We have things like a friends module, which is really interesting for private oriented networks in which you don't want everyone to see your profile, right? So here on the side, you have more or less the same flow of linking devices, but in this case, you copy the code and you send it over to your friend. And now, oh, I have a friend request, and I accept the friend request, and now we are both friends. Cool. And I can select friends and look for them. And this is already sending a notification to me, which is Eric sent your friend request, and this is coming from the notifications module. So if I dismiss this notification, you don't have any notifications. Cool. Last thing I want to show you is the roles module. So if we go to the roles, to setup, and to the elements, so this is just a demo of the element, but obviously it works when you add it and you instantiated it. So in the roles, you have things like administrators or editors. This is really commonly needed for all kinds of apps. So I can just add Bob as a member, maybe. So looking for Bob, add members. Cool. So this is also all coded and ready for you to just import in your app and be done with your role management needs. Cool. Let me go back to the presentation. Cool. So roadmap. Where are we and where are we going? So we are currently in beta, and Holochain is also currently in beta. which means that some things, all modules are working, but if you see some things missing or you see some issue, for sure, give us feedback. We are welcoming any kind of feedback at this stage. Things that we are looking to do in the next few weeks and months. One of the main things is as services managed from a web console interface. So as an app developer, I would log into a web console interface to enable services in my decentralized app, right? So this is a way for app developers to take away all the worries about infrastructure development and setup. So we are managing the infrastructure so that you don't really need to do anything else. So what services would be included in this console? It would be something like push notifications, so enabling push notifications in Android and iOS. Or Locker, which is a service that does encrypted backups for P2P apps, right? So your app, in the posts in the forum app that we just created, those posts could be backed up to the Locker service that we manage. Also, email notifications. So you receive an email saying, hey, you got a new post, or you were mentioned in a new post. Or also Stripe integration. And also, we are all really excited to add a couple of operating system support. So first of all is iOS. We currently don't support iOS because of some technical issues, but we are really eager to add it to our suite as well. And also, we are really happy to announce that we are going to be providing a Volla Cloud integration so that from the shipyard, you can really easily produce apps that integrate perfectly with the Volla Cloud. So we are really happy to partner with Volla in this. Cool. So this is all, really. Thanks so much for your attention and giving me the space. If you want to learn more, go to darksoil.studio/p2p-shipyard. And if you want to get in touch, you can find us at hello@Darksoil Studio. Thanks so much. And yeah, I'm happy to take any questions on the audience. Right. So the costs are $750 per month to use the whole of the shipyard as a package. That's the basic cost. If you want to talk about us, about your needs and what we can do differently, please ping us. That's the base cost. Right now we don't, but please ping us and for sure we can figure something out. So with that, you mean the publishing of images to store files? Yes. Well, we actually have a couple of options there as well. The file storage module that I added actually stores the files in the DHT. So this is just publishing files to the network, and the network maintains the files and everything. But we also have a file storage service, which is actually how the App Store works. So this is a node in the cloud that is responsible for storing the files, and everyone else in the network just publishes the files to that node and requests the files to that node. So we have actually the two options in case you need both. Even in the file storage service, it may seem like it's centralized, as in you are going to just one node that maintains the files, but actually it may be many nodes that are collectively holding the files as well. So this is also decentralized. Um, that's an interesting question. We are watching the development of a Holo host, although we are not planning any integration in the foreseeable future. For sure, it's a really good service that people can just use, and it's valuable in its own. But for now, we are not planning any integration. Yeah, that's an app that we provide. So it's basically done with the P2P shipyard in the same kind of stack that we have. It's a distributed app using Holochain. It's basically a distributed app store. Yeah, it's an app. Yeah, I have it. I have it here running on Android as well. I can just show you here. Here it is. Yeah, this is interesting. It's not our first priority. What we want to do is polish the Tauri path as much as possible for people to get up and running as smoothly as possible. In the future, that's absolutely a possibility of looking into other runtimes and ways of providing apps. Even maybe an hybrid approach of you have a Tauri app that connects to a Kotlin app with WebSockets or something like that. So right now, no, but in the future, we can totally see ourselves doing that. Mm, it's actually somewhat difficult to hear you. Not just it's really low. Sorry. Well, okay. Let's it's the same, but I'm going to try to just listen closely. Mhm. No, absolutely. This is all the reason that we are doing this. So we are not targeting end users. We are developing on the side. We are developing our own apps with the P2P shipyard as well that we want to publish to end users. But what we want to do is empower developers for them to bring you the end user apps, right? So imagine somebody in some context, we were talking with people in Sweden that wanted to develop this really simple car sharing app. So I have a car and I lend it to people, and people can store in the app how many kilometers, how much gas they've put in, and whatnot. So okay, the P2P shipyard can help enormously in that, and now the app is much less costly to build, and the app is just published to the normal app stores that we know and people expect to find their apps from. And also in desktop, you can just download desktop executables, right? So P2P Shipyard is not for end users, but it's for developers to easily create apps for end users that then just download them as another app. Cool. Oh no, the app remains there. So it's the fee buys you the ability to code the app with the most up-to-date version of the services. But then once that app is published and available to everyone, yeah, we don't control it. Like if you stop paying us, the app still runs because you purchased the license to use the most up-to-date version of the shipyard, basically in perpetuity, right? So if you want to get updates, which we expect everyone wants, you have to keep paying for the license. But if you stop paying the license, obviously your end users can get stuck in limbo. That's an interesting question. We are not. We want to support multiple holochain versions because it should be an app developer question whether to update or even to use a slightly different feature set from holochain, right? So that should be an app developer question. Not we don't want to force you to use a certain holochain version. So right now, for example, we are supporting holochain 0.4 and holochain 0.5. And in the foreseeable future, we want to support the quote-unquote stable versions that Holochain releases, right? Like at some point, we are going to be dropping support for really old Holochain versions. But we want to support like a wide array of versions, because this is really one of the big pain points for app developers. You have a distributed system that keeps changing versions and protocols, and your app also changes. Your users may have different versions of the app installed. So this is all pain point, a really big pain point for P2P app developers. And we aim to solve that for developers as well. Yeah, in our apps, we already support migration of the data. Mm. Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much. Have fun.
Ja, so, jetzt sehen wir Sie im Stream auch. Ja,
So,
ich schalte dann nochmal auf mein anderes Mikrofon um. Dann hoffen wir, dass das auch geht. So, hören Sie mich jetzt auch noch?
ich kann Sie hören, ja.
Gut, wunderbar.
Ich sehe mich auch im Stream.
Stream ist auch da. Dann sage ich nochmal willkommen, hello, welcome. And so, yeah, then that's very nice that you found time. VNC is a partner of us, and I think it's also inspiring for the business people among us and also entrepreneurs who are looking for an alternative but the stage is yours, Mr. Rodler. Thank you very much, and please start with your presentation.
Okay, so I shared my screen. You should see my presentation, hopefully. You have it on the screen for the audience. First slide.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. It's a bit difficult because I'm talking to a blind audience. I don't see the audience, but let's get along with it. So thanks for the invitation, Mr. Wurzer. You asked me to tell the audience a little bit about what BNC Layun is, and I thought I will talk about our, let's say, core principles and the motivation why we started to develop this pretty huge suite of different software modules with the title of Fostering Free Speech and Digital Autonomy. And we will see both terms are quite closely interrelated, at our opinion at least, because I think free speech is a prerequisite for free societies, and I don't want to live in non-free societies. So today I would like to follow the following agenda. So number one, why is digital autonomy so crucial? Number two, how are we tackling and handling these challenges? And number three, also I would like to reserve some minutes for ideas for discussion. Let's start with the first topic. Why is digital autonomy crucial? At my opinion, our opinion. And let's break it down in first step, 3 topics. So the foundation of freedom and digital autonomy, in my opinion, resides on digital rights, data autonomy, and secure infrastructure. So digital rights, I mean, if you compare with the, let's say, analog world, this would be, in Germany, the Grundgesetz, in the United States, the Constitution, in France, also the nice Constitution created hundreds of years ago after many bloody wars, many, slavery and stuff like that. So digital rights is the equivalent in the online space. So, and for that, we need freedom of expression in the digital space. When it comes to sharing information, I mean, it's about data autonomy. So we need the right to control our personal information, no doubt about. And if people tell you, why, I don't understand that, I'm using Google, I'm using Facebook, I'm using all these big tech stuff, I don't have anything to hide. I simply reply to him, if you don't have anything to hide, you have nothing to say. I'm really strict and strong because think about our history in Europe. Think about all the dictators we saw coming and fortunately also going. So nobody should tell me I don't have anything to hide. It always depends on the authority who is having access to your personal information. Therefore, data autonomy, full stop, period. And to ensure this digital autonomy and the data autonomy and the digital rights, we need secure infrastructure. And this infrastructure, at our strongest belief, has to be open, so open source, and on the other side, decentralized. And this is what people forgot in the last 2 decades, something like that. I would say since the dot-com bubble in 2000, 2001, they rushed to centralized technologies, and the mess they created, we can see right now in front of our eyes. Why free speech? What are the cornerstones again? Why do we need free speech? I just came across 4 major topics. There are more, but let's focus on the 4. First of all, most important, exchange of ideas. So if you don't have free speech, you will be hesitant to tell your comrades, the fellow citizens, your co-workers about your latest ideas, because they will be in the open. And innovation has to be created by exchanging of ideas, definitely. But it's also relevant for the societal model. Also there, you need the possibility to freely exchange your ideas. This leads to individual autonomy. So, as I said, expression is essential to personal development, to societal development, and also to innovation. Here, that's the next thing, is the innovation catalyst, because in the moment you sit together, as you do now in this beautiful place, and exchange ideas, you create innovation. That's the only way to create innovation, by talking to other people, other great people, other, let's say, also coming from a totally different perspective. This is creating innovation, nothing else. We at VNC, we work around the globe, from Vietnam over to the United States. We have, I don't know, 15 nationalities in our company. I'm always grateful to have all these different views on the planet, on the world, on technology. This drives our innovation, nothing else. So, and last but not least, we need a power balance. So if somebody wants to play foul, only with free speech, you can regulate him, you can confront him, and can change the stuff, and hopefully for the better. So let's talk about our vision. So freedom drives progress. Only open societies maintain peace, foster innovation. Open source guarantees autonomy. Now let me go to topic 2 first. Digital sovereignty matters. I think I talked about that. Open source guarantees autonomy. Having said that, open source itself is not the solution for everything, especially in times of AI, in times of everybody pushing to GitHub, in times of Devin AI, Code Llama, and you name it, and all the other stuff to come. We have to be very careful if we really share everything to everybody. And just a remark at this stage, think about it. And number 4, I think technology has to serve humanity and not the other way around. Also something which went entirely wrong. I'm very opposed to all these, kids coming from some dark cellars now talking about transhumanism, Neuralink, and all that stuff. We have to be extremely careful what we do there. I'm not against any kind of progress, not at all, but it has to serve humanity, technology, not the other way around. So, and last but not least, again, innovation requires privacy. And that's the reason we decided, I think it was 12, 13 years ago, to build an alternative to Microsoft based on 100% transparent code, so open source. Well, the threats, again, I see the following 5 that are really crucial right now. So it's on the one side, the government surveillance. We have seen in the last years, especially in the United States. I don't even talk about China and other countries. Let's talk about the United States, where, last topic, the security state manipulated and controlled and triggered and framed and primed and nudged and all these crazy terms, the population. I don't talk about, party politics. It has nothing to do with party. Think about Edward Snowden. Edward Snowden came up during the Obama regime, I would call it, in hindsight. It's not about specific administration. It's about the general principle. Government has to stay out of our business. It doesn't have to survey people and especially also business. So the same with number 2, the surveillance capitalism. This is only and merely driven by greed. So you try to get hold of the data of the users to sell these data. We know about that, big business. But again, the profiteers of this big business are the tech giants, also called the big tech, and which had tremendous repercussions on the media, for instance. The media is collapsing because the subscribers don't pay anymore for analog journals or advertising, stuff like that. So all created by the surveillance capitalism and the big tech greed. The digital censorship is a logical next step, in my opinion. If you allow government to survey, even for good purposes, they will misuse it. It was always in history that the government with too much power will misuse the power. Therefore, we invented something like democracy, but we have to apply it as well, of course. Another big problem is the vendor lock-in. If you are betting on, let's say, Microsoft, for instance, which nearly all companies are doing right now, I mean, it's extremely difficult to get out of this trap again. So we did a lot of migrations of Exchange and SharePoint and all that stuff. It works, but it comes with the cost of losing data, for sure. Not so much, but you will lose data. And the more applications you use from a single vendor, the more you get into this trap. I think everybody agrees upon that. And last but not least, the worst thing I came to learn in the last 4 or 5 years, I recommend Mike Benz, for instance, one of the great journalists in the United States, former CIA employee, the security state manipulation. And we will talk about that in my AI slide, because this is what I see as one of the biggest threats we all face, that the so-called security state is just driving the agenda, creating the agenda, driving the agenda, and treating people not as individuals, but as, kind of digital, bits and bytes, and manipulate them. So, last slide in this general reflection on where we are right now. I'm half German, half Swiss, by the way. I decided to become Swiss national 5 years ago because of the international, development also in Europe, in the European Union. I was very, let's say, afraid, and I'm still very nervous what's going on there, because they try to build a supra government. Think about my thesis of decentralization. I don't believe in centralization, neither technological-wise nor societal-wise. So therefore, I decided to become Swiss citizen, because there are 3 major, let's say, topics Switzerland tries to uphold. Number 1, neutrality. Number 2, the fortified democracy. And number 3, the federalism and subsidiarity. Neutrality, they risked a little bit, to be honest. So there are heavy discussions in Switzerland about losing some of the neutrality. I don't talk about the details at this stage. Number two, the fortified democracy means that Swiss has a huge army, for instance. They have huge bunker systems in the mountains because they know there's a small country surrounded by many other foes. Think about a few hundred years earlier, French was trying to invade, the Germans were trying to invade the Italians, etc. So they know they need to protect their democracy. It's not a given, let's say, I don't know, situation that you always live in these peaceful democratic times. You have to protect your values. And last but not least, reduce the federal state to the max. So most of the decisions have to go down, trickle down to the it's called subsidiarity, to the local and to the communities, the municipalities, etc. This is what Switzerland still holds up. Now let's match that with technology. So we speak on the one side, neutrality means digital autonomy. Fortified democracy means end-to-end security. And federalism and subsidiarity means decentralized architecture. That's what we believe, that there's a good match between relatively free Swiss society, Swiss state, and technology. Okay, these were the more general views and the motivation why we developed VNC Lagoon. And now let's talk about the product, or let's say the suite. It's the whole suite, and how we try to tackle and handle these challenges. Number one, first of all, we are not a new company. We have been founded in 1998 already. So a lot of technology come and go. We have been heavily involved also in Microsoft, I admit that. So I personally was a little bit responsible for Microsoft Business Solution in Europe to set it up. Because Microsoft bought an ERP vendor in the United States. The founder is now Minister of the Interior in the United States. By the way, his name is Doug Burgum. And with all these Microsoft experiences and also other vendors like Deutsche Telekom and Asian companies and all proprietary code, we decided in 2013 to do something totally different, naming the VNC Lagoon suite, which is and was supposed to and still is and will be entirely transparent open source code. So as you see, long history and a lot of experiences in different technologies. What is VNC Lagoon? It's an end-to-end encrypted product, first of all. End-to-end encryption, there are also up and downsides. So if you encrypt an email, for instance, you cannot index it. You won't find it in the index. You can prompt towards the index. So there are always pros and cons for super strong encryption. We can do it. Many banks refuse to for a compliance reason. So they of course they encrypt the client and the server side, but they don't encrypt strictly from any third reader like an admin or whatever. Transparent code number two, as I said, I speak about transparent and open code. Open source is under heavy pressure at the moment. I spoke about. I do have a lot of discussions within community leaders because we have to be careful how this open source strategy develops in the future. There's so much copy and steal. There's so much, killing of innovative companies right now. The conversion rate, which means do users pay for software or not, is so ridiculous that most companies give up. I've seen a lot of companies giving up because they can't pay their bills, their employees. So, and also self-hosted infrastructure number three. So we are agnostic in terms of hosting. We have everything automated in our suite, so you can run it on any Kubernetes cluster wherever it is. We are also not ideological. You can run it in a Google Cloud, in an Amazon Cloud, but also in micro Kubernetes wherever you like. So that's again our approach. We are not ideology driven. We try to give the user the maximum choice where to run applications and suites. And it's an anti-censorship design, so we have a lot of logging and tracking and stuff like that. So where we can at least track what's going on in the application if the customer enables it and doesn't do the opposite. Lagoon confidential computing. We are working with industry-leading partners like Intel, for instance, like also US guys. I call them the US guys because they are the elite of the security state is active, as you know. So we do, I'm admitting it, number 7, Linux kernel mitigation. We don't trust the Linux kernel itself. So many million lines of code. Something has to go wrong. It goes wrong, as you know. There were years of not detected heavy vulnerabilities in the Linux kernel. So we try to start even below the Linux kernel with special mitigation technology. I can talk about that in this presentation, but if somebody's interested, just call me or ping me. Level 6 is confidential computing. Here we are working very closely with Intel, with their TDX, SGX technologies, so encrypting communication with the processor, with a public-private key pair, and so on and so forth. Decentralized handling, and in the end, number 1, what is important as well is continuous audits towards your software. So you can embed as many automated analytic security checks as you like, level 2, but in the end, you have to audit it, our experience. So next slide, what is VNC Lagoon doing? So you see a screenshot here, that's our dashboard, looks a little bit like Microsoft Teams, purely accidental, as you can imagine. So we want to meet the design guidelines that most users are familiar with. So we are oriented towards Google Material Design. And on the mobile client, for instance, our messenger looks like WhatsApp. So we don't have much training requirements, education requirements. People can start using it without much efforts. We embedded AI, of course, we have to do. I will talk about AI a little bit later. But here again, we talk about confidential AI. So having the local language models either on your server within your protected CTOP, Zero Trusted Onion Principle environment, or even better, which I prefer in most cases in business, having the LLMs on a local laptop or desktop. And this is where, again, Intel comes into the game. We work with Intel technology to have local language models performing super nice with the newest Intel processors like Lunar Lake. Would also work on other, but we prefer Intel, to be honest, for several reasons. So local AI, I think, is one of the big topics of the future in terms of resilience, security, privacy, etc. The application itself, it's secure messaging, it's private conferencing. We use Jitsi Meet, for instance, as you can see. We tweaked and tuned it a little bit to have it really available for huge audiences across the globe, reducing latencies, for instance. And so we also embedded a messenger, a persistent messenger that is standalone available, secure messaging on the left side. So lots of tweaking and additional development and hack of, let's say, workflow, thinking about workflows, what could be useful, what should we integrate to make the experience as comfortable as possible for the end user, because in the end user is paying our bill, not a technician. So this is what drives also our let's say teams forward to try to make it as modern, as easy to use as possible. Encrypted mail, of course, and collaborative tools, which is more and more important, because sending documents around is nice, but online collaboration is much more productive. And here again, you have to protect your content and the access to the content. So talking about AI, we had to start our AI venture a good 2 years ago, again driven by Intel, to be honest. When they came up with this local AI idea, I think they were the first. And when they told me about, I thought, what kind of nonsense is that? We talk about large language models, we talk about massive data. So how do you want to run it on a laptop? But soon I came to know that with, for instance, OpenVINO, an open source toolkit, also embedded with Hugging Face. So we are available to use many language models. It's really super nice to have the typical business use cases like load a document to a messenger, summarize it, translate it, find the major bullet points, find the, I don't know, the most innovative stuff that's coming compared to another document, blah, blah, blah. So the typical AI prompting works excellent on even a local laptop or local PC. So in general, I think AI is like many other IT tools, garbage in, garbage out. So first rule, avoid this garbage. And avoiding the garbage, in my opinion, in business environment means use your own data. And this is shown here. I hope you see my mouse cursor. The entire VNC Lagoon database is available for prompting. So all data in mail, in Messenger, in files, in a SharePoint like, we call it channels application, and so on and so forth, they are all going in real time to an Apache Solr index. And what we do afterwards is that we move or push AI prompts towards the index. So on the one side, the Solr search, of course, but on the other side, you can use AI prompting. So as I said, local AI PC with a locally deployed Llama model, for instance, or use DeepSeek or use whatever you like, and prompt to your data, to your database. Either the local one, the synced one, because we have apps which sync data, or towards the server-side index. The same you can do from the server. So you trigger a prompt from the server. The source is private, a privately installed Llama, Lava, Mistral, whatever model, prompt to your database. Or you use public data which are not connected to the internal database because we don't want to mix and merge private and public data. So that's our strategy. And why do we do that? Because we believe you should use your own data to really leverage the power of AI within your business. Number 3, don't trust the government. So everything you get, you remember my former introduction about my view on societies and governments. I don't trust them. No government at all. I don't trust them. So let's stay away from them as far as we can. And also defend from big tech. Don't trust the crocs. See again geopolitical nightmares coming up, just underway at these hours. Now look at Grok. Look at Grok, the algorithm, what you get presented. I mean, it's manipulation, it's nudging, it's framing, because there are interests behind the big tech interests. And it's not only Grok. Don't misunderstand me. It's a great tool, but everybody who has too much power will misuse the power. Everybody. Also the good people, the so-called good people. So treat it as your team member and not just as a tool. There was a study, I think, by Stanford. If you use AI for creativity purposes, for instance, and see it more as a team member, asking questions, discussing with this stuff, so meaning refine your prompts, it's extremely helpful. The results are excellent. But if you use it just as a tool, very simple prompts, you will end up with garbage in, garbage out. So we think we have to use AI's full potential. There's no way around. It's the only chance to thrive with your business in the future. I see a lot of, they called it bullshit jobs before. It's a little bit disrespectful, but with the AI stuff coming up, to be honest, I'm a little bit afraid what will happen to most of the workforce in the next years, because it's already extremely powerful and we're just at the beginning. So, VNC Phone, let's talk about the most important thing of your meeting in these 2 days. We cooperate with Dr. Wurzer and the Volla company and the Volla Phone, and we branded Volla Phone as VNC Phone. As you know, I don't have to tell you about the ingredients within Volla Phone. You're very familiar with that. But these are the arguments why many partners, we sell VNC Lagoon mostly via partners, by the way, via big partners. They understand the strategy, they understand the logic, they understand that it's absolutely a must and a requirement for, let's say, security paranoid, privacy paranoid users and companies to have also on the end device, the user device, the maximum security available. So, and this is what, at our opinion, Volla Phone is providing us with, which is excellent. So we're very happy and proud to cooperate with you guys, Dr. Wurzer. So this is, I think, the end of my today's presentation. I hope I'm halfway in time. If there are some minutes left, feel free to give me some input, share some of your ideas, and maybe, yeah, have some discussion.
Thank you very much. Großartig. So thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to our joint success. And maybe we have some questions here in the room. Yeah? Someone? Okay.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I was wondering what's the minimum specs that a computer might need to run a local large language model?
You mean for the entire suite, or?
Yeah, for example.
Yeah, well, that's quite, let's say, foreseeable. So our developers, as I said, being active around the globe, some of them, of course, are working just in 1 or 2 modules. Others have to take care about more, and they just use a micro Kubernetes on a standard laptop, if you like, with the standard RAM and storage that you would get from a halfway modern laptop. If you want to test AI, use a Pure Lake or Lunar Lake processor or something from NVIDIA. You can use it as well, of course, or AMD. And it's halfway standard stuff. And you install a micro Kubernetes, you install via scripts, via Argo CD, the entire suite, and can start working. So fascinating that it's very resource effective. For instance, for some of our applications, like the messenger, we call it VNC Talk, you can even run it on a Raspberry if you like. As server component, yeah?
Okay, thank you.
And the data is stored somewhere in a computer center, right? Or is that AI that is executed also using data on the device, on the laptop?
Very good question, and we talk about Dr. Wurz about we have the data, for instance, on a local laptop. I'm using a Lenovo laptop, for instance. I do have Llama models on my local laptop, but could also use DeepSeek or whatever. And everything is stored locally. What we do else is we have applications like this VNC Talk Messenger, like VNC Mail, which is a groupware client similar to Outlook. We download all the data and then can then use prompting, local prompting towards these data. Number one. Number two, if you talk about server side, as you've seen from my presentation, I prefer to have confidential AI, meaning the data stays on your server, the language model stays on your server, so you have also protected prompting on the server. This is, in my opinion, key. Don't never merge your data with public data. This will turn out to be a nightmare on the long run.
Awesome. And you're offering on-site installation of the YNC, Logan suite, right? And you have also service providers as a partner?
Yes, exactly. So we work, for instance, in many clouds. We started with the Google Cloud because these days, I think it was 6 years ago, something like that, we were experimenting heavily with, for instance, Jitsi Meet. We needed locations in Asia, in the United States, and in Europe. So it was pretty easy with Google these days to get everything running everywhere on the planet. Similar with Amazon, we have the Amazon experience. We have experience in Besonders when we talk about a European cloud provider. We do just recently the Hochtief AG, the biggest construction company in Europe. They decided to earn their business in the future, or to earn their money in the future, around data center, because they also build and construct the big data centers in the United States for Meta, for Google, and etc. So gathered a lot of experience. By the way, not far from your location, Dr. Wurz, as you know, in Essen, yes, the headquarter. And they decided to set up 50 data centers across Europe in the next years. And we are proud to announce that VNC Lagoon is the core communication and collaboration suite in each and every data center. Because they understood it's not enough to be the next data center provider providing storage and CPU and I don't know, VMs and stuff like that, but they see it more holistic. So they will offer VNC Lagoon as a core component within their data center structure. So we're very proud that they decided to go with us. But answering your question in more detail, if you have a server, a rack, or whatever in your environment, feel free to install VNC Lagoon there. So, as I said, decentralization, digital autonomy, we take it serious.
Okay, we have 2 people who would like to ask something. Hello? Yeah.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. You said that you don't want to trust governments, but they might also be a part of the solution. For example, with a government in Europe trying to get away from Microsoft and other big tech companies. Do you want to find some certifications to work with governments to enable them to use VNC Lagoon and being certified to be used as a military grade software?
Yeah, thanks for the question. It was a little bit difficult acoustically, but I think I got your question. I hope I got your question. If not, please correct me if my answer is wrong. So about government, this is funnily enough, we started with the private sector. So our first customers have been, for instance, Vodafone Global, who wanted to have an alternative to Exchange, Microsoft Exchange. Next one was Credit Suisse. We run their ultra high value customer secure communication for 10 years, 11 years, until they merged with UBS. The data were exposed in the web afterwards, after 3 months, to be honest. Not in our application, but in their application. So I was a little bit, yeah, anyway. So then government approached us, and just recently, just last week, we got the results of a Swiss government study about, they call it second source software, besides Microsoft, because also Switzerland is working with Microsoft on nearly any and every government level. But now they understand that this is dangerous on the long run, so they came up with a plan B concept, which means, and this is, I think, this is important, guys. I would just advise you, don't confront Microsoft, existing Microsoft installations directly. It doesn't help because you won't get them out overnight. It will take years if they do it at all. So we talk about coexistent, or as the Swiss government calls it, Plan B. And I'm very, very happy that the Swiss government understood, and I was invited to the head of the government, the so-called CIO, and he told me, we will set up parallel structures, alternative structures, if you can guarantee me that you can coexist. Coexisting means, think about Microsoft Active Directory. You will find it in each and every large organization. So you have to sync with that stuff. So therefore, we created VNC directory. It's an open LDAP plus a database plus some other authentication stuff. It works perfectly fine with Active Directory. So please keep that in mind. Don't confront them there, because migrating all their data, their access rights, will take them years. Number two, if you think about applications like Exchange, like SharePoint, like File Sync and Share, OneDrive, they call it at Microsoft, I think, you have to integrate. You have to be able to share data. For instance, in our group where we can see free busy times in Exchange. That's important for them, because this makes their life much easier to have, first of all, a resilient solution as a backup. Second, to do a smooth migration, not rushing to another system, but a smooth migration. And this is very important. So I hope I answered the question of the gentleman.
Thanks. Another question was here.
So thank you for your presentation. I remember VNC from many years. I was using some streaming products to screen share and stuff like that. So that many years ago, I remember that. And just wondering, I mean, you've definitely expanded a lot, so I'm really happy to see that. And what would it be like for, what would the pricing structure be like for a SME, for a small company? Something, a range, of course, that's something to discuss, but what is an idea, at least for a suite?
Yes. First of all, we are not the VNC streaming company. So it's just a similarity in names. We have been on the market before then VNC streaming guys came up, and they approached us, oh my goodness, we selected the name VNC, it seems it's already existent. Do you have problems? We said, no, we don't have problems. Keep your name. We are friends. So we are a different company. Number two, the pricing structure is very simple. We keep it very pragmatic. We match the Microsoft packages, you know, these enterprise plan or enterprise license agreements, E1, E3, E5, however they call it. We have matched the functionality in each and every package and simply go around about 20-25% below the Microsoft price. That's our general approach. And of course, there are special projects then where, yeah, people can or customers can select individual components are extremely modular, by the way. Having said that, we total separation, for instance, front end wise, back end wise. So each call from the front end, which is Google Angular plus Apache Cordova, for instance, plus Electron, starts a RESTful API call to a backend functionality. So now you can imagine you can tailor your UI as you like. So in case you know how to handle Angular, for instance, pretty easy for you. Yeah. So and therefore we can also have individual products and packages and bundlings and stuff like that. And going even a bit further, we also allow bigger customers to OEM our products. So for instance, German Soccer, one of our biggest customers, is using BNC Lagoon across all their football clubs and referees and all the people involved there. And they just branded it in green and it looks a bit different and they reduced some functionality. So this is also something we do. So in the end, you have very simple the Microsoft analogy, E1, E3, E5. We call it V1, V3, V5. 20-25% below Microsoft, and then individual products depending on the use case.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Any further questions? Nothing. So yeah, thank you for taking the time to join the Volla Community Days with exciting information and statements. And I'm looking forward to be successful together. And let's see what we can do. As soon we have an NPU on our devices, something will come up, and so that we can also use your AI on our devices. Thank you very much. Have a nice Sunday and see you. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
I cannot, but I hope you can see my screen. Okay, hello again, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and present how Oniro connects words and enable innovation. Shortly about me. I'm the chair of Eclipse Oniro steering and marketing committees. I was a member of the founding team of Eclipse Oniro project, actually. I'm also the head of Open Source Technology Center at Huawei Research Center. Before that, for over a decade, I was driving research and deployments of Android and Tizen devices in Europe at Samsung. And I started actually my career at Poznan University of Technology as a researcher and software developer. So Oniro is an operating system. Why do we even need another operating system, an ecosystem? Let's look at those charts. Those are programming languages popularity contests. Surveys conducted by two websites. One is Stack Overflow. I bet most of you are familiar with Stack Overflow. Second is CSDN. That's a kind of Stack Overflow for China. If you compare those two, you can see clear differences. A few weeks ago, I was at Rust Week. It was a celebration of 10 years of Rust in Utrecht in the Netherlands. And it was a conference that gathered like 800 people. And Rust becomes very, very popular. And this reflected in this developer survey conducted by Stack Overflow. But if we can look at the right, there's not even Rust on the list. So it's not that popular. It's not gaining that popularity in China yet, at least yet. So we see there are two worlds. Now let's look at those logos. I bet you are familiar with most of them, but I bet not all of them. Like, I bet all of you know GitHub, GitLab, but who heard about Gitty? Git is kind of GitHub for China. I already mentioned Stack Overflow and CSDN. Uh, Everyone knows Bluetooth, everyone knows Wi-Fi, Zigbee, Z-Wave, but who heard about Neuralink? It's a competitive technology that has its own advantages. The same for smart home solutions. We in Europe we know many of them, but not all of them that are available in China. So there are definitely two worlds, and those are obstacles for innovation. There are technological silos. There are different technologies. There are different ecosystems. Obviously, owners of those ecosystem try to create walled gardens, closed customers in their own ecosystems. That limits scalability, that limits replicability, that obviously also increases cost of development and integration. Apart from that, what we can see recently is like multiple world regions are building very digital sovereignty, technological independence through multiple ways, introducing new laws, policies. How to do it in the world that's dominant by US solutions? Open source is mostly the strategy, using what's already available and is trusted and developed for years. So open source allows to overcome some of the issues, not all of them, but at least some of them. Open source provides open specifications, so it's easy to develop compatible products. Open implementation is freely accessible, so it can serve as reference or as a base for developed solution. Obviously, licenses costs. It's a lack of. It's another benefit. It's much easier to cooperate. There's no, or there is limited, but almost no political tension while you work on open source. So it allows to nurture technological innovation. Now let's switch to Open Harmony. For most of you, probably it's a new name. It's an operating system that has been introduced in 2020 under open source foundation called Open Atom Foundation. It's an open source foundation that is mostly unknown outside of China. It's a very big foundation, but unknown outside of China. But the project itself started 5 years ago, grew rapidly, and became huge in just 5 years. Like 5 years ago, it was a just operating system for very small devices, for microcontrollers with small code base, but for all of those years has been rapidly evolving. It has been created, designed in modularity in mind. So it was from the start, it was designed to be composed most of the modules that will allow you to compose the full software stack for any type of device. And after 5 years, we have like more than 100 millions of code. There are like thousands of contributors, thousands of forks. How is that possible? Because of the huge interest that it gained from multiple companies and also academic institutions and non-profit organizations. Member of Open Harmony working group are actually around 50 at the time. So there's a big involvement in creating truly open source operating system and ecosystem that will be competitive against other solutions that are either closed source or driven by a single parties. Here it's being managed by independent, vendor-neutral, open source foundation. So at the moment, there are like almost 100 chipsets supported. So it's growing. It grew up rapidly, and it's got really mature. There are hundreds of devices in the market from multiple sectors, and as I mentioned, recently it gains maturity, at which Huawei decided to run own devices in Chinese market based on this operating system. At start last year, November, it was Pura X. It was a folder phone, but completely new form factor. Not completely new, a new form factor. It's a phone folder, but with the screen that is much wider than all the folders available in the market. But what actually is a breakthrough. It's a MateBook Fold. It's a laptop shown a few weeks ago. It's a folder laptop, but a folder with 18 inches screen. It's a completely new form factor, and it's another device that is in the market that's based on Open Harmony. But this is in China. But in Europe, we also have a first device that is based on this operating system, open source operating system called Open Harmony, and this product is Watch 5, and definitely it's a competitive product with impressive features and impressive battery life. So this is the first device in Europe that is already available in markets. But that was about Open Harmony, but I was about to talk about Eclipse or Neuro. So what is Eclipse or Neuro? So when Open Harmony debuted in China, a set of companies in Europe decided and followed the idea of creating a truly global ecosystem. Since this was about to be open source platform, and it was, and it is. Those companies shared the vision to create global ecosystem where devices will seamlessly be able to cooperate no matter where they are produced and where they are. And that's how Eclipse or Neuro project has been created. Those 5 companies, founding members, found a working group and donated the initial code base to Eclipse Foundation. And since that time, Eclipse owns the project, owns the code, provides vendor neutrality, independence and full governance. So the project can be truly trusted as being governed by the foundation that is known for decades and prove itself for years. And after 2 years, OpenAtom and Eclipse Foundation decided to sign an agreement to jointly develop projects and global ecosystem. So at start, it was the idea to create something global, and after 2 years, those foundation decided to sign formal agreement to make this global ecosystem. And as Mike Milinkovic said, this is executive director of Eclipse Foundation. That was the first instance of 2 open source foundations engaging in such technical cooperation in creating a global ecosystem of open and intelligent devices. As I mentioned, at start, there were 5 companies that shared the vision. Currently, we have 10 working group members from multiple domains sharing unique capabilities and contributing with very unique capabilities to the operating system and the ecosystem. So Oniro is a compatible distribution, compatible with Open Harmony. It adds European innovation and European technologies, but keeps aim of staying compatible with Open Harmony. I mean, both projects share the same aim. So we have European innovation driven by member contributions. As I mentioned, global ecosystem through being available and using technologies that are available in multiple regions. It's local friendly. Open Harmony has been developed mostly by Chinese communities. So even communication at Git is in Chinese, documentation also in Chinese. Oniro stays focused on Europe technologies that are available here, communication, solution services, all of that. And since it's targeted for devices that are about to be run in Europe, it's important to stay aligned with European regulation. This is one of the project's priorities also. And why we are here with Volla, why we've been here in the past year. As Dr. Wurzer mentioned, we shared the vision of creating truly local solutions. So not only local software pack, but also a local hardware pack. So we are partnering with Volla on creating a solution that will provide European hardware from European vendor, also software stack that is being curated and developed here locally. If you want to learn more about Eclipse Foundation, a project called Oniro, I encourage you to visit our website, oniroproject.org, where you can find more information, also find how to join our working group if you want to contribute and have a voice and have a decision making in the future project development directions. If you are a developer and you want to see the code, then I encourage you to see our code at GitHub. It's being kept in the space managed by Eclipse Foundation. The space is called Oniro for Open Harmony. All repositories are there. If you look for documentation, we'll obviously have it also. You can find that docs.oniroproject.org. Our community communicates through open source matrix solution. So we are available at Oniro project at Matrix. And we are very active at conferences promoting the platform, looking for new platforms, looking for solutions that are worth adding, implementing. So we run multiple workshops. We have keynotes at conferences, multiple talks. We are present at the biggest conference with our booths, presenting Eclipse Oniro. We have webinars, and we have both Oniro Community Days, but we are happy also to contribute and join to Volla Community Days. For more, I will redirect you to LinkedIn, to our social media, LinkedIn, X, also Mastodon. And now I will pass my voice to my colleague, Francesco Pham, who will tell you more about our technical progress in moving Eclipse Oniro to Volla device. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I'm very happy that we have now a very pragmatic presentation. I'm looking forward to that. Thanks for the introduction for Oniro, and I hardly can wait to see the first use case of Oniro on our smartphone or tablet. It might be an industry use case. We discussed it sometimes because we shouldn't only perceive or think about a smartphone like most people used to do. It's a mobile computer for many industry use cases, and I think Uniro would be perfect in the beginning for such kind of use cases. Does someone has a question? Yeah? Okay. You?
Hi, thank you. I saw some slides before, drone and UAV, and I was wondering if you can give us more information about this drone integration and
Can you please say it again? Because I very barely heard the
yes.
question.
Can you hear me now?
I made it really loud. Okay, let's try.
Yeah.
Let's try.
Yes, thank you. I was asking you if you can give more information on the drone that was shown some slides ago, and where is it?
Drone.
Yes. You show a drone in a slide.
Okay. Okay, those were examples where open harmony, so the brother or sister project, it's already available for. I don't have honestly at this stage much more details apart from the fact that those devices are being already in the market in China. There are like multiple companies providing their own solutions. What I usually take to the conference, it's not a drone, it's a dog. It's a dog that is being driven by Open Harmony system, and it's pre-programmed, so it's not autonomous, but it can move, kind of dance, make like dog moves, behave like a small puppy. So the platform allows for that. The platforms allows for using. In one of the slides, I showed that in the platform's modular provides swappable kernels. So the designers can select own kernel for own solutions. Like currently, it's mostly Linux, and for real-time OS is Light OS. Huawei, for a commercial solution that I also showed in the slides, uses own internally crafted kernel, microkernel that will soon be open sourced also. So the platform is modular, flexible, and getting back to drones, there are already, but I can't share more details because I haven't seen them like personally.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? No. So then, Mr. Pham, thanks, Mr. Jaroslav, for your presentation again. I'm very happy to work with you. And now the stage is for Mr. Pham, who would show, the concrete working and results.
Okay, so hi everyone. I hope online can hear me. So I'm Francesco, and I'm the committee representative for the Oniro project. And I've been working in this project for about 3 years. And yeah, I will be showing you some more technical details and some demos. So when we began the project, we started by focusing more on IoT and embedded systems. So we worked a lot with embedded boards, development boards. And for example, Open Harmony uses reference board, which is running based on a Rockchip chipset. Oniro also adds support for Raspberry Pi. So we used a lot these boards, but we wanted something more of a mobile reference device that developers can use. with mobility in mind and something that really have a mobile experience that users and developers can expect from a modern device. So that's why we began porting Oniro on actual smartphones and Volla devices in particular. And this allows us to provide a mobile experience and solid development platform to allow developers to test applications and demonstrate features. So what are the advantages of Oniro on Volla? So first of all, Oniro is an alternative to mobile platform that currently dominates the market. And it's also completely open source. And it's also one of the key advantages of the platform is that it has cross-device interoperability. So basically, devices can intelligently cooperate and share resources. So they, for example, one device might have sensors and or a screen that another device might not have. So these devices can together act as a single super device. Also, as Marek mentioned, the platform has a modular architecture that allows us to run on different kind of devices, from low resource IoT devices to more powerful mobile and also PCs. And finally, the key advantage is also that it's based on the strong foundation of Open Harmony, which is a platform that really is a big deal already in China, as Mark said. So, for example, in China, the Open Harmony has already more than 600 devices that already passed the compatibility evaluations. And with Volla and its commitment to open source, we believe that it's the perfect partner to bring also the device, the platform to a global market as well. So, as I said, the architecture is modular and it allows to run on different kind of devices. So there are 3 targets that the platform is targeting. The mini system is low memory devices, for example, the watches, wearables, and sensors. It's basically targeting ARM Cortex-M processors. Then we have a small system, which is a bit more powerful with ARM Cortex-A processors, which is, for example, for routers or cameras. And finally, the standard system is the most powerful system with targeting for devices with a screen and with more resources, and typically with ARM Cortex-A processors. As Mark said, we support a multiple kernel approach. So there's a kernel abstraction layer that allows the platform to run on independently from the specific kernel that's been used. So Light OS is the one being used on the mini system, and it's for the IoT use case. And Linux is the kernel that it's currently used in the standard system. But not only, so Huawei is developing a new kernel that's already being used in the Huawei devices in the, let's say, proprietary version, Harmony OS. And this new kernel is about to be open sourced soon as well. Another key component that allows for kernel independency is the hardware drivers foundation, which is a unified framework that allows unified drivers that can be used on different kind of kernels. So this allows for multi-kernel swapping. And this also supports cross-platform compatibility and modular design, and it has driver lifecycle management and plug-and-play support. Another key advantage of the platform is that it has distributed capabilities with unified device discovery mechanism and communication protocol. It also has distributed data management that allows applications to synchronize across multiple devices to ensure consistency and continuity. There's this distributed scheduler that allows for remote startup and invocation of applications abilities, and optimize the execution based on the device capabilities and user needs. There's also device virtualization that allows for multiple devices to act as a single super device, and experiences through shared capabilities. There's also a distributed file system that allows for a cross-device file access, enabling application to read and write files on remote devices. On the top layer, we have a new kind of declarative UI framework that allows for responsive layouts and animation. And the applications are programmed using a new language called RTS, which is a enhanced TypeScript language. It's also statically typed and compiled language, and it's optimized for the platform. So in order to enable Open Harmony on existing Linux devices, there are some kernel patches that we have to apply, provided by the Open Harmony project. And the modification are basically for the core driver infrastructure, for example, for the access token, which manage the security access control. And there's also modification to the binder IPC that it allows for inter-process communication. Yeah, and there's also some drivers for diagnostics, for fault logging and event and general purpose logging, and for hung task detection. And of course, the hardware drivers foundation that I mentioned. So our final goal is to have support for mainline Linux. So the Open Harmony project has already some mobile devices being supported. It has the Open Harmony developer phone, which is the reference phone for development. And it's from a Chinese vendor. The Open Harmony community also ported the platform to some existing devices, for example, the OnePlus 60 that I have here. If anyone wants to try the platform on a non-Huawei device, I can show you later if anyone is interested. There's also an emulator that developers can use for developing for the platform. So we decided to bring Oniro on the Volla device to create a truly European phone, to bring this open platform with a strong foundation, to create this phone with European values. So currently we have the Oniro platform running within an LXC container on the Volla X23 on top of Ubuntu Touch. So this allows us to have faster iteration and running on already working platform. But the end goal is to have a standalone image that we can flash on the device. We also applied Oniro patches on top of the Android Common Kernel 5.10 because it's the one that's already has support for the phone. But we want to have the mainline support in the end. So we also have graphical support with software rendering and DRM display output. So this allowed us to have a proof of concept of the platform running on the device, although it's pretty slow at the moment since we have to still have graphical acceleration support. So we set up the system and library dependencies. So the system is now running on the Volla X23. Yeah, I can show you later if you're interested. So the next step is to yeah. So as I said, it's pretty slow at the moment. Yeah. So the next step is to adapt the drivers to Oniro to have more integration into the device, and enable graphical acceleration, as I said, enable audio sensor and telephony, and create a standalone flashable image. So although mainline is the end goal, there's a few challenges that we have to deal with for the mobile hardware porting. So the main challenges is that the drivers are designed for an Android-centric hardware. So the drivers, some of them are proprietary. So we decided to have to bridge these drivers, proprietary drivers for the open platform, using a common approach that, for example, Ubuntu Touch uses, which is using libhybrids. So currently we had to adapt the libhybrids to use Mazel rather than glibc, and we had to manage some build system differences since OpenHarmony uses Clang and fork of LLVM. And we also had to integrate it into the OpenHarmony GN build system and manage some conflict between the file system differences. So the near-term goal is to have a collaborative, open, secure, and intelligent mobile platform rooted in European values. So with Volla dedication, we hope to dedication to open hardware, and FOSS community, we want to bring Oniro into a practical alternative to mobile ecosystem and create a truly European phone. And yeah, we want to inspire a open, secure, and intelligent mobile platform. So yeah, finally, we invite you to join the community, and we want to thank the Volla community to be interested in the collaboration. Thank you.
Great. Awesome. So I hope that we, in a short term or midterm, that we can offer developer devices with Oniro, with a special discount to motivate developers to have their hands on that operating system and develop and contribute to it to reach the target you mentioned. Thank you very much for your efforts. It's hard work, I know, and you're a brilliant developer. And are there any questions? Yeah, okay, let's go here.
First of all, thank you very much. You have to talk to me in Sesame Street language, because a lot of the terms that you use is developer language, and I'm more like a user. So I'm going to ask you a really down-to-earth question. What I understand, it's a Linux-based operating system. Did I get that correct?
Yeah, so Linux is the one that the kernel being used for the standard system. Although, yeah, as I said, there's these multi-kernel capabilities, and a new kernel is being developed. So it's not really dependent on Linux.
Okay, because I think I heard you say, I know the Volla phone comes with its Volla OS, and there's an option to get Ubuntu Touch as an alternative. And now I see there's also Oniro as an alternative.
Yeah.
And I think you said something like it was built on top of Ubuntu Touch.
So no, at the moment, I personally run it on top of existing platform to have a faster development iteration. But the end goal is to have Oniro as a standalone platform for the phone.
Right. So now my last question is if you had to sell this phone to my 76-year-old mother, what is the advantage of currently using Oniro above Ubuntu Touch, or is it still in too much of a development stage now?
So we are expanding a lot of in the application ecosystem. So especially in China, there's already a lot of development going on. So we believe that in this platform can be really an alternative to dominant platform at the moment, and common users can also use it for their use case.
Right. So the common apps that are currently available for instance, Ubuntu Touch are also available. They also run on Nero, or
No, at the moment it's not, but we consider to have. So we have also these cross-platform frameworks that, for example, we support React Native and Flutter as well. We considered also to have support for Ubuntu Touch applications, but not at the moment.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Let me also comment on that one.
Yeah.
Because there are a few additional features, but one is more specifically mentioned. Actually, if Francesco mentioned that there's a concept of super device. The system has been designed with the experience of IoT ecosystems existing. So it was designed with the intention to unite devices among each other. It's like there's a concept of super device, and there are functionalities in the system that allow you to programmatically integrate the physical devices that are around you and form something which is called super device. This is logical device that share components among of the devices around you. So you can use, for example, some computing power from the device that's not battery powered, or a bigger screen that is in the room, etc. So there are already API for that supporting such scenarios, and such scenarios are being slowly implemented into the platform. Not that slowly, actually. They are being implemented to the platform.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Nero is not just another Linux operating system. It's a new operating system with a new architecture and approach. And Linux is just one option for the kernel,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
And you can't overestimate the impact of such a new operating system. If you have one operating system for different kind of devices, it would also simplify and make it more efficient and less expensive to develop or maintain the applications for different devices. So imagine that we have on a smartphone, on Nero, and on a Volla cell that was presented yesterday, and we can use the same operating system and maintain the same operating system for different devices. That is a huge efficiency.
But can I already get a device like this smartwatch with Nero on it?
I think you can. As we heard, and imagine if the Volla cell and the smartphone can share resources to do some interesting stuff. So, or you have a convergence use case in a completely different way. You just connect your smartphone with a TV, for instance. You have a large screen. So there are lots of use cases and impacts to develop efficient apps. Yeah.
Thank you again for your presentation. Really appreciate it. One question I had is, I'm not sure if maybe that was only related to the Harmony project, but there was a slide that went from 7 million to 110 million lines of code in 5 years. And my question would be, how do you how do you go through security audits with such a large scale of development? How do you make sure that there is security behind that?
For Nero, there are still security audits in front of us. For Open Harmony, there are security audits. This system has been designed with security in mind. I mentioned briefly that while a commercial offering based on Open Harmony, they're using own developed microkernel. It was also one of the designing factor, architectural factor, to have like more secure kernel and secure. The whole system has been designed with security in mind. So there are security audits for the sister platform, I would say. For Oniro, we don't have commercial applications yet. But for commercial applications, that will be definitely mandatory task to also get not only rely on the partnering platform because it's independent platform, it's independent project, it's owned by a closed foundation. So that will be also thing that we'll need to cover for devices launched here in Europe.
Thank you very much. There was also one question where you can buy an Oniro smartwatch. That was your question. Is that possible already?
On your smartwatch, not yet at this stage. Not yet at this stage. I just that will be another platform that we'll be targeting. But the Huawei Watch 5 that's already in the stores is based on Open Harmony. So this is the sister project that's served as a base for this commercial device. So the examples that you can see that Francesco shared those phones, like they are not well performance optimized yet. The examples that I showed in my slides is big tablet or rather laptop with foldable and mobile phone. These are extremely performant and much more graphical feature rich. So this is the base platform. Huawei just extends that platform for commercial products in the market. They're like those are extremely well optimized in terms of performance.
Okay, another question was there?
So thanks for the presentation. I've seen the idea with using multiple devices as a single logical device for stuff like display and computing. And while wireless display is still a bit complicated to achieve with low latency, etc., computing is even more challenging because it might involve extreme bandwidth, and you should somehow estimate, would it be better to actually use that external computing power, or would you be better off using your local computing power just because you avoid having to utilize some kind of wireless technology to transfer the amounts of data that you cannot really transfer in any reasonable time? So how do you come around those hardware limitations of wireless bandwidth?
So I can answer that. So basically, it's not really a distributed computing. The applications are designed to be more modular, and they're called abilities. Some abilities might run on a different device rather than on a single device, and these abilities are not really there's not much communication between them. They're designed to be more separate, and but they have like synchronization and the communication between them. So basically, they do not transfer all the video or all the image, although they basically process independently.
So if the app needs some computing and it displays the data it computed, you would still have to pull all the data from the remote computing node you used to your local device where it is displayed.
So yeah, I guess it's optimized for it.
I guess like we don't do it automatically, but we just provide infrastructure for apps to run some remote tests and
And it's up to app to synchronize and pull data and make sure it's reasonable. So it's actually the responsibility of app developer to develop an app which would be able to decide whether it wants to use external computing based on network speeds and latencies which it would have to estimate itself.
I mean, so the framework allows for the discovery of devices in the network and their capabilities, and that allows. So of course, the developers can have to take in consideration different scenarios, but I think that yeah, the framework supports a lot of in that.
I guess it could be more useful for some background task that you don't need right away, like, I don't know, process that video file encoding and it will finish in a day or something. But does the framework like have some functionality to estimate latencies and speeds that app can safely assume to be available?
I guess so, yeah. So we had some super device demonstration. For example, one device might have a speaker that can play music, and that can be controlled on a different device. So what I saw is that the latency is not much for this kind of use cases. Of course, you cannot transfer entire videos between the devices, but yeah.
Thanks.
Maybe the intention is also to have use cases. Maybe you have a Netflix app on a smart TV, on your smartphone, and they are communicating somehow on your app on the smartphone. You control what you would like to see, and this is synchronized to the TV, and the TV shows the mainstream. So the TV is getting the data from the network, and the intermediate communication is just to tell the TV which video should be taken or something like that.
Yeah.
And then you have only small pieces of data you send. Could be, I imagine, a use case for that.
Yeah. So the data is routed directly into the device that's being visualizing the video and processing that, rather than transfer it all of data between the devices.
All right. Okay. Any further things? No. Thank you very much. Then there was one. Yeah. I have no so good eyes. Yeah. Hello.
It was mentioned before that there are already some devices certified with the Open Harmony compatibility, and that Oniro is also aiming to be compatible with Open Harmony. It reminds me from what Google did back in the day when they launched the Open Handset Alliance and the Android compatibility program. And now these days you can only be compatible to Android if you also buy Google apps with the package. This is, for example, why Volla can't run some banking apps, because they do not run the Google apps, but the Android compatibility has to basically be bound together, otherwise you will not get certified. And even though there was a alliance of the industry in the beginning, the Open Handset Alliance, now the entire control went back to Google. How does Oniro plan to avoid something like that happening with Huawei and the Open Harmony compatibility program?
Did you understand?
Would you?
Unfortunately, I couldn't hear anything.
So I might answer. So the question was about compatibility, the compatibility certification, and about the application that do not have this certification might not run, or is that?
No, it's opposite. It's a device which isn't certified, can't run the application.
So.
But this is another ecosystem, right? I think you mean the problem that we have Google Play integrity.
Yes. So how do we avoid having similar thing in Open Harmony, but made by Huawei instead of Google? And Huawei is a company which is very likely to use it.
Okay.
So how can we avoid another gatekeeper?
Yeah, so this is the question is how can we avoid something like Google Play services? Can you hear me? No. So,
I could hear that.
yeah. How can we avoid something like Google Play services? So under control of Huawei for Oniro, if apps are coming up like banking apps or governmental apps, and so who do you have? How can we avoid that kind of situation that open source smartphones can't really enter the market?
Basically, Oniro is an open platform, like truly open. Unlike, for example, Android, which is like that code from Google. Here it's owned by independent foundation, Eclipse Foundation. Huawei is just one of the members of the working group. If anyone wants to join working group and have an influence on future platform development, everyone is free to join, and depending on the contribution, will have its voting rights. And answering the question, obviously, the companies will be looking for a way to monetize their investments, and there could be like independent stores available platform that will provide some extra features extra services. If Google does it, I bet some other companies may have similar business model. But since this is an open platform and will always be, it's like every app can be just basically run. Just some features might not be available that are provided by some specific vendors. But yet, all the apps should run smoothly, as the base, the true base is open source. So creating compatible solutions is not an issue.
Maybe it's not so.
Naturally of open source platform.
Maybe it's not so simple, but it's really something in the future if Oniro is major to run maybe on European devices. But then if we would like to attract banks or other app vendors, we need to maybe offer them something that they approve that the device is secure. And maybe we need to have something similar like Google Play Integrity, but this should be a system that is more open, maybe an independent institution in Europe that would maybe prove the devices concerning security. That was also a question we heard. And then create a certificate for the devices so that really apps like banks or other security related apps are motivated to offer for that platform. Maybe this could be a discussion like we already started that European initiative to find that kind of institution that helps us for the case of Google Play Integrity. And maybe we can also use that approach for Oniro. Yeah, thank you very much. There's also another question. Here you are.
So I think that question about certification wasn't really completely answered. It's not about the vendor changing the core OS in some ways that doesn't play well with community. It's about vendor on their fork of OS either implementing some features that apps can use, but that feature isn't available in the open source version, or about vendors effectively locking down the OS with their app store and effectively curating what the user can install, and then they can also dictate to the app developers what they're supposed to do and what they're not supposed to do.
In the end, I think it's up to the device vendors how they implement various solutions. It's an open platform. And because of that, every device vendor may create own solution, and at this stage we cannot guarantee that some vendor that will decide to build their product on top of that base platform, will decide to create own ecosystem, walled garden. But the intention of the project is to stay open.
So, but in the end, there is nothing stopping Huawei from doing what Google did with IOSP. So effectively locking it down, implementing their own security APIs for apps, and just leaving the open source part be somewhere on the side.
There's nothing protecting anyone from taking that base platform and do it whatever they want with it, since this is open source. This is hypothetical. You can do whatever you want with it. That's the base. We use open source as a fantastic gift, something that as a community we can share. Instead of all of the hardware vendors develop a own solution and invest huge resources into maintaining compatibility, community and company hardware vendors can work each other to have like common base, and based on this common base that can play with each other, can interact, provide seamlessly services, these base services. Every vendor can build own solution and provide unique value to the customers. But the key is we are focusing on creating the uniform base that will allow devices to connect seamlessly, talk to each other seamlessly, and will stay open. So no market actor can influence or drive the direction. That's why this vendor-neutral governance under Eclipse Foundation.
Well, that is a very nice target indeed, and open source often does work that way. But I would say that in this case, Google is a very interesting example of how vendor can, especially if the vendor have a majority of devices behind them, can effectively use open source while leaving community with nothing or very limited experience on most of the devices.
You are right. I will just underline the fact once again that Android is being actually owned by the company. It's being basically open source. It's being open, and the new versions are being released. While in terms of on yours, there's independent governance provided by Eclipse Foundation, which is vendor neutral. So there's no company that can say, okay, now I will do that. I mean, everyone can do that, can just work and use that and go own way. But the idea of the vendor neutral ecosystem is that it stays vendor neutral. So if you contribute more, you have more power to decide. If you want just to consume, you can consume.
Okay, Sense, I think that answers the question.
Thank you very much. And maybe this is also the reason why Oniro started instead just of continuing or contributing to Open Harmony. Let's see how it evolves, and hopefully we can build an ecosystem in Europe that is strong enough so that we can also keep that system open. Thank you very much. I wish you a lot of success, and I hardly can wait that we have developer devices with Oniro. Thank you very much. So we are close to lunchtime, but we have also some greetings from partners. And some are also new names, and I think they are waiting in the line. I would like to call Mr. Skibenes. Is that right?
No, this is Harry Kundet.
Mr. Kundet. Okay, Mr. Kundet. Hello, welcome, and
that's
Skibenes. Yeah. Okay. Hello. Some are waiting for the partner greeting. Hello to Norway, right?
Hello.
Hello.
Volla with a great event. I'm sad that I wasn't able to attend this year, but I will definitely do it here. I will say a few words about my short history with Volla. I found Volla when I was searching for a new phone a couple of months ago. I have been an Android user from the very beginning, and as you all know, the feeling is not good anymore with using Android. So then I started to discuss with Volla because I have a background from the telecom industry in Norway. I've been working as a CTIO in mobile operator in Norway, and I have tested the Volla devices in the Norwegian network and also with the most important Norwegian apps, and we are really satisfied. So we will start to sell Volla phones in Norway. I'm not allowed to say any specific operators, but there will be news quite soon. So I look forward to continue cooperating with Volla, and I think you have a great product. So thank you from Norway.
Thank you very much. I'm really thrilled about that opportunity, and I think we can't overestimate what that means as a milestone for Volla Systems. Thank you very much. Greetings from the south to the north. And then we have greetings from Mr. Kundat from Canada, right? Yes, I'm right. Okay. Hello to Canada.
Hello, and thank you very much, Dr. Bertzer, and thanks to Robin Hout for inviting us to this. I'll keep it very brief because I know that lunch is waiting, and that's more important than what I have to say. We're very proud to be associated with Volla. I have some slides, but I don't think I'll even show them. I've been associated with Volla for many years. I started in 2018, and because I saw that they had stumbled on something very exciting. And when I heard that Volla had taken the great risk to invest in Volla messages based on Hollow, I was very interested right away. And we're very proud to support such a forward-looking company. So if you are in I'll just share this here. If you're in the US or Canada and are looking to evaluate devices, of course it's challenging to get a hold of these since they're European, we can assist you with that. I think there's a lot of organizations that have that already have client bases that are very privacy or liberty or freedom focused that could very much benefit from access to the Volla devices. So it would be great to talk with you if you have such contacts, and we can work out some type of a revenue arrangement and help you distribute those devices. And so if you're interested in that, you can go to volla.me and get a quote or leave some comments, and we'd love to help you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. And we are looking forward to sell our devices in Canada and USA. And I think we have a great announcement at later this year, as you know, where we can ensure that the compatibility is there in USA and also for most carriers in Canada, like Rogers and what is the other one? Fido and Rogers, I think, are compatible. And we need to test about Volla Phone Quintus because it's 5G. And I think also in Canada, now 5G is the preferred network, right? Yes. So I'm looking forward to joint success with you to enter that market. We have already sold devices to Canada and USA with that issues. And so I think this is a clear signal for a demand in that market. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, and let's go around the globe a little bit, and we have someone else from Australia. What was the name? Sensimir. Hello, Mr. Kamil Sensimir from Australia. And you also will help us to be successful in Australia. Thanks that you find time for greetings to the audience and the Volla community.
Thank you very much, Jörg, and so thank you for inviting me for participation in this beautiful Volla community event. So I originally come from Poland, but last 10 years I spent in Australia, and during this time I just came kind of a solution that we need to start to rethink our systems and maybe change our focus from building centralized work to which is more decentralized. And as a part of my research, I also came across Volla devices, Volla phones, and also now tablets. And as part of my project, which I call No Consensus World, I just look for any kind of solutions which aligned with going to building the world, which will be based more on decentralization, and also a world which would be based more on what nature is teaching us about. And before Volla, I also came across Holochain, and now I know that Holochain and Volla they combine their powers, so it's even better news for everyone who is now trying to help to build a decentralized, nature-inspired world. And as a kind of thing which we are trying to do as my project, No Consensus Fokus, here in Australia, we decided to try to help implement Volla devices in Australia among also communities and people who are more focused on decentralized solutions and who want to control by themselves their own identity in the using of different type of technology and devices. So just briefly, I'll just show you if I manage to open my short presentation. Just what we try to create here for Volla. So I will just skip the whole presentation because I know that guys, you are probably already in a hurry for lunch, but just quickly show what we are trying to do for Volla. It's something what we call phone liberation. So basically in Australia, we want to introduce this kind of idea of phone liberation.com, where we will try to create the first real world tools for reclaiming independence. This starting in Australia, maybe later we'll be able to expand in the region, as where we will guide for digital freedom. So of course, what Volla is also advocating for no Google, no tracking, and we would like to start from also the young people. So hopefully we can attract schools and any other people who are now trying to look for change and want to see the alternatives to corporate world, which flooded all of the solutions in the world and not giving us too much choice. However, thanks to this initiatives and alternatives which are supporting building more decentralized world, we hope that in the future we will have much more power and freedom over our own data. So if you are interested in more details what we are doing, what kind of philosophy we are promoting, and what kind of movement we are building, you're more than welcome to visit our website, noconsensus.org. And of course, soon you will be able to check our content on phoneliberation.com. So let's try to build a more decentralized world, which will bring us and give us more freedom. That's all for me.
Thank you very much. And I'm yeah, thank you very much. And I'm looking forward to make business with you, also to implement your vision. Can we have your presentation? So it was a so short-term planning and I think you have prepared pretty well slides. Maybe we have later today time to see it. But anyway, are you able to share the slides with us and we are allowed to publish it on the download page to document the conference?
So one way or another, of course, it's possible. So let's see.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much. I think you have a huge time shift, so I appreciate that you join us, and I'm looking forward how this evolves and to implement your vision. Thank you very much. Have a nice Sunday. Bye bye. So it was, I think, pretty refreshing that we go from Norway to Canada and Australia and see how the Volla community, it's also part of community, evolves. And I really appreciate also Mr. Haug's work. If you are hungry, I also would help us to calm down and be more reflective and invite Mrs. Funk. He has prepared for us some relaxation. Maybe you say what you are playing now?
First from Chile and second from Volla Tablet.
Okay, here we go. Dankeschön. So, dann auf und wir treffen uns dann wieder um 14 Uhr. We will meet us at 2 p.m. so you have enough time to talk and networking and eat and drink. Okay, so I welcome Mr. Gabari. He is a developer from Volla Systeme, and I'm happy that you came to us today. And he will introduce us a preview of the Volla Recovery App. So the Volla Recovery App is for backups that makes use of the Volla Cloud powered by Holochain. And we developed since last year, I think, on that project. It's quite challenging because we have a challenging part on the Holochain side and we have a challenging part of the Android side and need to bring the pieces together. Thank you for coming and here's your stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm Davide, I'm developer of Volla. And I'm been working on the recovery app, which is basically an application that will serve as a backup transport for the Volla OS. Right now, the scope of the application is just to have it as a backup transport, so it will only work on actual Volla devices, since it needs to be a system application. That's because of a limitation of Android that doesn't allow to actually use custom applications as backup transports. But in the future, we could also expand it to other devices by allowing, for example, to just back up some data on the internal storage, which could be very useful since this application relies on holochain, which means that more people use it and it's easier for other people to actually have an host for your data. And here we can see that if we go in the system settings and backup, here is Seed Vault, which is the default backup transport for the Volla OS, which is another type of backup transport. You can change the provider and actually use Volla Recovery. So then we open it up, and this is the initial page where you can choose your device's name. For example, David's Volla phone. Then we confirm. This is the page where we will be able to add an host. It's right now there is just an example QR code, but we'll be able to scan this QR code to actually pair the other device. So the other device that will also use either another Volla Cloud application like Volla Recovery, or for example, a desktop application which will be able to be used as cloud for your data. For example, installing the application on your PC and having your own cloud on your PC. So then we can continue. These are the registered hosts, for example, like various Volla Phone, Volla Tablets, which can be yours or your friends. And then you can choose which backup sources to backup. So right now, like, for example, applications, photos, music, and documents. And well, here are the main pages. In the settings, you can choose the backup frequency, for example, daily, weekly, or monthly, and whether to backup only on Wi-Fi or also on 4G and mobile connection, because obviously this will be pretty demanding on the connection, so it's a toggle that's definitely needed. Here in the friends page, you can also choose how much of your internal storage of the device you want to dedicate to your friends backup, so that your friends can actually back up data on your mobile device, mobile or tablet or whatever Volla device, and you can do the same with your friends. And here, obviously, you can also delete some friends and some hosts on this side. And here, for example, I added the backup and the restore buttons just as an example for the demonstration, because in reality, the restore process will mostly happen during the setup wizard process, hence when you basically set up a new Volla device. And the backup will be mostly automatic. Maybe we will keep the backup button to actually manually backup if you want to backup your data in real time. But the main scope would be to have automatic backups done like daily during the night when the phone is charging and that kind of thing. So for example, we can backup applications. Here there is also a menu to choose which applications to backup. Like right now, I didn't have any enabled. I can enable Droidify, for example, which is a user application I installed as an example. We redo the backup, and then we can see that if I go and uninstall Droidify, then I can reopen the recovery application and run the restore successful. And we have Droidify that has been reinstalled. Same thing goes for the other files. For example, in the documents, copied the Droidify APK. I can delete it and reopen the recovery application, restore. And then if you reopen the files, it's back there, of course. And the same thing goes for all the other things. For example, in the gallery, we have some pictures here that we can delete. Okay. Then this is a recycle bin. Then we go back to the Volla recovery application. We run a restore operation, and then the files will be back in their place in the camera folder. Same thing, of course, goes for music. So for example, here I can scan the internal media and find an album. Then I can go and delete that album, for example, here in the file manager. We can delete it and then reopen the recovery app once again, run a restore process, restore successful. And if we open the music app and rescan again, we can find that the album is back there even after we deleted it. So yeah, this is the main scope. I mean, of course, this is just a demonstration because I wanted to demonstrate the actual restore functionality of the application. Once we will have the holochain backend integrated properly in the application, it will be a little slower because all the data will have to be recovered from the various peers. So you'll have to find the various peers, whether they're online or not. Here in the register host page, you will find the status of your current peers, whether they are online, if they're offline. And of course, the app will notify you in case there are not enough hosts online to restore your backup and recover your data, because that, of course, is a possibility. But if you, for example, set up a PC or a server, you can basically use it as your own cloud, have it run 24/7, always have one backup node that is there for safety measures. And yeah, so for example, here in the registered host, it's where the others devices you will push your data to are at, while friends page is where your other, it contains your other friends that can push data to you and to your device. So yeah, this was my presentation. I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, thank you very much for the progress, and I'm looking forward to see it. I think we have this summer a public beta. This is the plan, and like we will have the first release of Volla Messages stable release also in summer, and in conjunction with the Android, we call it the Volla Cloud core service that is running on Volla OS. This is so we have this service that runs in the background to save battery life and memory, and others are more thin clients that doesn't contain all the holochain stuff, so it's much more thinner, lightweight, and that would be the benefit of Volla OS. Yeah, perfect. I'm looking for the second microphone. You have only one?
Yeah.
On the couch. It's on the couch.
On the couch. Okay. Yeah.
Black on a black background. Yeah. Perfect. So, does someone has any questions?
Yeah, I would like to ask, how is it possible to delete a file from the backup?
Well,
so the foreign PC or phone or whatever.
Yeah. Once we will have the final setup done, we might add another page to actually. There will be a database internal to the application that memorizes in which peers your files went, and so we will definitely add a way to actually delete the files from the peers. This also needs the holochain compatibility side, because there was a little issue with holochain for actually deleting the files, but I'm sure they're working on it. So once that's finished, it should be pretty easy to implement.
I can tell you, so it's also possible already at the Volla Messages app to delete messages. It's a comparable requirement. So in the first step, the data that is stored for the backup is marked to be deleted, so they become invisible. And then with holochain, we found a clever way to remove data, what's not possible with blockchain. Therefore, holochain is something else. With holochain, we found the concept to release another version of the distributed hash table without that formally marked as to be deleted files. So then after the new hash table is released and distributed, then also the data is physically removed from the distributed hash table. And that is that very important and essential tweak. And what else Holochain is working on is sharding. So that if you have a bunch of devices that are sharing data, so that it's not duplicated, but only if you have a neater redundancy of 2 copies, then it's, yeah, you know the concept of sharding. It distributed the data that is not only the whole, where the whole data is not on each device. Yeah, so that is a plan.
Yeah, like right now, Chain is working on like native sharding at the network level. While right now, for sharding, we will have to actually do it at the app level. So choose ourselves if we want to distribute the data and which devices to distribute the data at, or that kind of thing. Because Chain didn't have sharding yet, but since they're working on it, should be really neat when it's done.
And we have a concept of a smart update, so that if there is not enough space, and also not enough time, because it takes time, the backup is in the background, we start backing up the most important data at first. So we start with contacts and calendar and so on, and then the other files are then synchronized or backed up. So we have also that. So if you buy a device, you set it up, the backup is starting in the background, and even after a day, the most essential data, or after some hours, the most essential data is then already backed up. This is not trivial to find the best ratio between battery saving and performance and so on. That needs to be wisely balanced.
Maybe an additional question. So the devices have to be in the same LAN or network?
No.
Can be anywhere.
So you use some kind of server or something?
No. So we are using Holochain technology. Holochain is a technology of a distributed encrypted edge computing in general, I would say, that doesn't need a server anymore. Everything is peer-to-peer. It's the name maybe has an association to blockchain. So it uses some core concepts of blockchain, like the distributed hash table for data consistency. But it's not global, it's just local. That means the data and the distributed hash table is only shared on the people you have invited, that you mentioned as host.
Okay. I got it. And the data is some sort of encrypted on the
for sure.
Yes.
No.
Question, basically, but okay.
And there's a concept of if the some of the devices are offline while you are doing the backup, then there's a so-called gossiping approach. So it asks other nodes in that network whether they have something new. But if they are online, then Holochain using an event architecture. And that is also a reason why we have that core service, because the core service is running always in the background. And so we can, using event architecture, to push notifications, and that is quite cheap. Cheaper than gossiping and pulling for new information for synchronization. Okay.
And there is another question.
Yeah.
Thanks for a great presentation. I really enjoyed it. So this is obviously really, really cool for personal use. Yeah. Could you shortly explain some possible use cases for businesses?
For businesses?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, in general, it can, I mean, for this specific recovery application, I would just consider it as a backup application for Android. But for actual businesses, you could set up something like this and use it as a distributed cloud with a peer-to-peer technology. And I mean, maybe we will have to like do a little step forward, because we will probably need a desktop, a full desktop application for that use case, to have an actual proper cloud, which is based on the Holochain technology backend. And we will see how feasible that is in the future. But yeah, I mean, the technology is definitely there, so it's usable as an actual peer-to-peer distributed cloud in a company, for example, with different PCs, servers, or whatever there is.
I think you would save money for infrastructure and you have it resilient. So the Volla Messages app is just the beginning. So I already saw demonstrations from Holochain for instance, for working in a group on documents, live working in documents. You can also do that with that approach. And this is, you have no, you don't need to run any infrastructure. And if you would like to add more availability, then you just add, as Mr. Gaberi said, your PC, or it could also be a server in the office that is always online and a part of Node. And our plan is also to make the Volla cell as a node for that, because there is anyway enough storage on it, as we heard yesterday. And it would be perfect with a Linux operating system to run a Holochain node on it.
Wow. Yeah.
And for industry use cases, if you ask for that, you know that we talk with an engineering office in Hamburg, and they're so super excited to use the beachhead radio technology in conjunction with the distributed network of Holochain for something completely else. That is the new industry. I don't like marketing names like Industry 4.0, but if you have a campus in a factory with machines and you would like to have network machines with predictive maintenance or AI on it, and then you have a resilient network in the factory, in a campus net, and you have on each machine a node of that holochain to calculate, maybe to get to get information about the machine, to put it into some calculation for predictive maintenance or controlling the machines. And this is without a computer center, resilient, and I think this is something the industry needs. There's a lot of opportunities we have. Yeah. Fine. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Hello.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you. Welcome.
Awesome.
So, I'm very happy that you are here and that you find the time as a maintainer of Druidian to contribute to Volla Community Days. It's all about choice, and Druidian is another choice. And so the stage is yours, and we're looking forward to a demo from your side. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for having me. So, my name is Eugenio Antonio, and I'm one of the maintainers of Druidian, or Druidian. That's, I mean, the name is really as you prefer. So, I use Druidian, so that's it. We are a team of 6, and actually we started since like 5 years. So let's say we are an unknown project as far as things go. We had like 13 releases till now, and we support 7 devices. And the upcoming Druidian 101, we will also support the Volla Tablet, which will show in this intervention. And of course, we have like a lot of community made and supported ports. I mean, there's not only those 7 devices, but there are many more supported by the community. So let me show a bit what is Druidian actually. It is one mobile Linux distribution published in Debian on Android phones and tablets, and was originally based on Debian. And of course, it's not anymore something, okay, port Mobian to Android phones, but it pretty much grow up to its own thing. So we have a lot of services and let's say improvements in our distributions, and which also makes sense in mainline ports. But I mean, for mainline stuff, you will probably need to see the next talk, which it will be really interesting. So let me also show you, let's say, how does it work, because you can see this graphic. It pretty much shows how, let's say, Helium-based distribution like Droidian or also Ubuntu Touch and Sailfish OS are working. And so we reuse the stock device, let's say, adaptation. And on top of that, we the operating system talks to the various services through libraries or Gbinder, which pretty much allows us to use the Android services and adaptation from GNU Linux. So I mean, this is pretty much is also used by Ubuntu Touch and Selfish OS, and let's say it's an hack. So yes, we can say so, and but it's an alternative to running mainline distributions, which in my opinion should also be the best thing. But yeah. Now let me go further. So something important in operating systems and distributions, in my opinion, is also how is the release model and how the distribution is built. So this was the old release model that we had in the past, like last year, where we were based on Debian testing, which is the next version of the upcoming version of Debian. We don't top our changes. And so we can see the device, let's say the tablet, that can be whatever device. And the operating system is on top, and there are these different components on top of it. Of course, it may be, we had some issues because when things change in the Debian's part, things can break for us. And also we wanted to be more like a real mobile operating system. So we wanted to have more fixed releases, but at the same time also being able to have the flexibility of being based on the latest and greatest. So yeah, let's move on to the new release model, which is used since last year. And this is pretty much based on snapshots. So everything from Debian to the Droidian repository are snapshotted. And when we do a new release, we release that as a snapshot, which is actually not going to change anymore. So it stays stable. And the most nice thing is that if you want, you can also go back. Like, for example, you have one bug or for whatever reason you cannot run the latest one. You can also downgrade or simply refresh an older version and stay with it if you want. And so, like, as I'm showing now, is pretty much the latest 3 releases. We have Droidian 100, which is the current, let's say, stable. And the next one is 101 that will also introduce the support for the Volla Tablet. And we are also trying to, let's say, change how things are built, so it's also flexible from our part as maintainers, developers of the distributions, and so that we can also go back if needed for whatever reason. Like for example, now we can also change, downgrade a package easily, and that is something nice. So, and the biggest change with the old release model is that now we are released, we are based on Debian unstable, so it's SID, which is the always in development version. It's, I don't know if you are familiar, like for example, with OpenSUSE Tumbleweed, but it's a similar release model of that. So let me go further. And the next release, Dragon 101, is taking a lot of time, unfortunately, because we are all being busy with work life and stuff. But it's finally coming soon, hopefully. And it will bring something, a lot of improvements and new bugs, most likely, and also bug fixes. So also the new GNOME 48 and new versions of Fosh and Fock, which is the interface used that I will show you in the demo in some minutes. And also some experimental KDE Plasma mobile support. So let me go to the demo, and I will actually share my my screen with VNC. So yes, this is VNC, and I'm also doing that on the camera, so you can see that something changed there. But of course, running on the camera is not that great. So let's change. Okay. So this is the Volla tablet, and now you can see on the screen that I'm actually connected through VNC. This is Fosh, which is the interface used most commonly in Linux devices. So I think if you are interested, most likely you already saw this interface, as is familiar. And also it might be a bit laggy, as I'm actually running VNC through Wi-Fi, so it's not best responsiveness. So sorry for that. And so let's start. This is the main, let's say, homepage, home screen, and the environment. I mean, Fosh is a shell, but the underlying environment is GNOME. So, for example, this is the GNOME 48 a control center. So this is the about info, and yeah. We also have support for Waydroid, which is one layer to run Android apps. But in this port is currently disabled because I need to fix something. Also, thanks to the Ubuntu Touch folks for fixing on them too. So that is appreciated. And so I cannot show you that, but we have our own, let's say, control center where you can enable the service if you want, do maintenance stuff, and so on. So something else that we have is, let's say, online encryption. This kind of encryption is, I mean, looks so it's not something revolutionary. What is different is how we implemented it. So it's opt-in. So when you flash the device, it's not encrypted. You can use as you want. But if you decide that you want to encrypt it for some reason, you can simply enable it and configure it, and you don't need to reinstall anything again. So it's online, let's say. We call this online encryption. So let's go ahead. And of course, this is pretty much Debian based. So we have all the vast capabilities of the Debian repositories inside, and you can install application with the software app. So I mean, if you are used to GNOME, it's really similar. And but of course you can also install, I don't know, command line or tools or services. So let's say, for example, we can install one web server if for some reason you want to make your tablet serve some websites. You can. So you can simply install, I don't know, Nginx. And that's it. So if we open, for example, the default browser that is Firefox, we can go on localhost, and we have Nginx. And this, I mean, can be for whatever service you want, and so on. Of course, it needs to be available for ER64, but yeah. And something else that I can show you, I mean, we have the standards GNOME stuff. So, for example, this is the file manager. And also we can also start containers if you prefer. So as I was saying about services, you can also, for example, run one container with Podman or Docker. So for example, I have already opened a container with OpenSUSE Tumbleweed, and let's install something. So let me refresh the repos. For example, here we can like install, I don't know, Apache 2 if you're still in the web server, let's say, realm. So let's wait for the cache to be. Yes, so we can install. As you can see, I exported the port here. So it should be exposed to the actual host, which is the tablet. Okay. So now, if we go back to our browser, we can open okay, sorry. I need to do something first, which is actually starting the web server. So yes. that happens because the container has not systemd in it, so there is no how to start when installing, but exactly. So now this, let's say, website is actually served through OpenSUSE Tumbleweed via a Podman container. Also, is a rootless container, so actually not even it's using the standard features of the Linux kernel to do the container stuff. And yes, so let's also go. Of course, we also have Chrome if you prefer, but the most work is done in Firefox. Like for example, we have, as a lot of other mobile distributions, have some special configuration to make it more mobile friendly. So of course, in a tablet is less problematic. In a phone, definitely you cannot use stock Firefox and Chrome as it is. And also something that we have is that we also use Flatpaks for applications. So you not only have the Debian repositories, but you can also install Flatpaks, which is the most common way nowadays of installing apps on Linux, on the desktop, and also on the mobile if you're using Android. So this is, let's say, one demo. Of course, since the Volla Tablet has also phone capabilities, you can send messages, use mobile data, and also call people. So I will not demonstrate that because, as you can see, I have not that much coverage, so it's a bit useless. And yes, so this port is already available as a nightly, which is the next version in development. And once we release the next stable release, it will be also available, let's say, as a stable release. And hopefully, I mean, you will like it. So let me also change back to the slides. So yes, I mean, of course, what we do is really building on a lot of organizations, projects, companies that during the years have worked a lot on this field. That also includes Volla, of course. And so, I mean, we want to thank them and also the people that help us keeping the lights on. And yeah, that is from me. And if you have any question, I will try and be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Awesome. And I think it's possible to install it on the Volla tablet with the UBports installer. It might be the most convenient way for now to get Druidian. And we hope, together with Mr. Kettenen, maybe he's downsides. Hello, yeah, with Mr. Kettenen, we can bring it also, and with Mr. Panio for sure, as a multi-boot feature. That would be quite nice.
Yes.
To explore it. And I think the USP of that mobile operating system, it's close to Debian, right? This is something that could also be interesting for users or even business customers. Or would you say? What is the USP?
Sorry about the.
So I think the USP, the benefit to use Druidian. Why do we have Druidian? I think one is that it's very close to pure Debian. It's a more pure Linux operating system that is mobile.
Yeah, I mean that's true, and let's say it has some advantages and also some disadvantages. I mean, the advantage is that, as I also shown you in the, also let me share again the VNC screen. Yeah. So pretty much you have one environment which is read-write. So you can actually install anything you want from the Debian repositories. The only difference is that we are actually snapshotting them. So let's say if you are installing the latest nightly, it's fixed to the last time we did the snapshot, which is like 2 weeks ago. And this is something that allows us to keep things stable, because of course we have other packages, changes on top, like that make things work actually in the devices. So we want to have something, let's say, a stable base, and you can install whatever you want. Like for example, previously I installed the Nginx, which is a web server. You pretty much have freedom to do everything you want if you're used to. I mean, in the desktop PCs and so on. The disadvantages, of course, are that it may, I mean, you have great power and you also need to have that responsibility, no? So you also need, I mean, you can also break things, which is doesn't happen, for example, on Android or Ubuntu Touch, because you cannot mess with the system. So, but we are also working to make things more reliable in these things, like being also able to roll back to before changes have been made, so you can go back if things break. So yes, so I mean, you have the word, let's say, but you also need a bit, you need to avoid breaking things, let's say. Next.
Yeah, thanks for your efforts as a community project. I really appreciate what you are doing. Are there any questions about Radeon? Maybe so many are sitting here that know you already well. Are there any questions? Nothing for now. What's about desktop apps from Debian? Can you download and install it? But I think then you have a problem with virtual keyboard.
Yeah, I mean, let's try, for example. I mean, the software app is the one-stop shop. It's literally the same that you have in one standard Debian installation in your PC. So, of course, I mean, for example, I can install the document viewer, the new project. And this is actually the previous version that we were shipping. Now it has been replaced by another app. So, but we can install it back. As you can see, you can also decide from where it's coming. So now it's from Flutter, so it's a Flutter, but I can also use the main repos. And this is coming directly from Debian. So if I press install, will ask me for the track space, and it will install things. Hopefully it will work. And after that, you let's wait. It will say that it's installed, but not exactly. Now I can open it. And that's it. So this is the app that we just installed. But I mean, you can do the same steps I did if you are building installed like in your laptop or whatever, and it will work the same way. And so you can use a lot of desktop applications, but of course many will not be, let's say, nice to use. Of course, in a tablet which has a bigger screen, that is a problem. But if you are running like in a phone, actually it's a bit awkward to use some apps made from the desktop, of course. And there are a lot of like apps that are developed by the community which are also responsive, let's say. Like for example, this one allows to use the Android quick share. You can share files from a phone to your tablet using the settings that Android is using. So yes, so you can do a lot of stuff. Also, we have X-Wayland support if you have one legacy application using AP11. So yeah.
And pen support, do you have it already?
Sorry?
Pen support, pen input.
Pen input, okay. Not now.
I can actually answer.
It would be nice to,
I've tried it.
Let's say,
you can
try
answer.
it, and because
So
there are also some native.
I can comment on the pen input actually, if you can hear me.
And so on, which are would be great to use, but still it will likely need some work on that.
Yeah, Mr. Kettinen would like to say something.
Yeah, so I've also tried the pen input actually on the tablet already, and in my testing at least, it seems to work just fine.
Okay.
Oh. Thank you.
That's a good news. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I love what you are doing. Thanks for joining the Volla Community Days. And let's stay in touch that we support Druidian as a second or third operating system. Thanks. Have a nice Sunday.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
But there's an interesting project. They try to do so. And I welcome here Mr. Mohammed Asif and Mr. Asinov or something. I need to look. But welcome that you found time to join the Volla Community Day. You are a kind of startup or new community initiative to enable a mainline kernel Linux on a smartphone. And we are curious what you are doing and what progress you are making. Welcome to the Volla Community Days.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me just share my screen.
Hello. We can see you.
Yeah. All right. You see. Can you see the presentation?
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Perfect. So, welcome.
Most phones that ship nowadays are either with the Android operating system or the iOS operating system for Apple devices. The market currently is dominated by them, and we also had the Windows Phone phones, which were developed by Microsoft and Nokia, but they ended in about 2017, if I recall correctly. They were not open source, and you couldn't do much about them. They mainly struggled with the market because there weren't as many supported apps for them. So, the ones of the phones that ship with Android make use of the Linux kernel, unlike the iOS phones, which use the Darwin kernel, developed by Apple themselves. And due to the nature of Android, it requires an extensive amount of patches to the Linux kernel, which are mainly organized by Google. So, phone OEMs use BSPs provided by the SoC vendor for stuff like late-stage bootloaders, kernel, trust zone, user space trees, etc., etc. So we basically have at the beginning of the chain the SoC manufacturers and designers like Qualcomm, MediaTek, Samsung with their Exynos processors, and more that design the SoC, and they make board support packages for them that they can later redistribute to OEMs, like for example Volla or I can think of another example. Well, yeah, Motorola, Volla, etc. And they give them stuff like the bootloader source code, trust zone, user space trees for Android blobs, and the main issue which we are going to talk about, the kernel. So after that, these SoC vendors they fork the Linux kernel with Android patches directly from Google, which is officially called the Android Common Kernel, which is also a fork of the Linus Torvalds Linux mainline branch. So the SoC manufacturers and designers have to go through an extensive amount of development stages, which may take multiple years for them then to hand off the already old code bases to the OEMs. So, for example, in the photos I have showed in the presentation slide, as many of you know, the Google Pixel 6 came out in late October of 2021. Well, because Google is a bit more open source about their kernels and stuff, we were able to find out without much digging that the development for the SoC kernel drivers and stuff began in the early 2020. So there's been a gap of at least a year and a half of them working on the SoC. And of course, this is an issue, not with Google particularly, because they take care of their devices pretty well. But the issue here is that many manufacturers also have to go through this. They have to wait until the SoC design is completely finished, and they get handed off the kernel fork, which unfortunately is already old at that point, because it's been multiple years required to develop everything for it and test it. So, in our current case, because we are going to be focusing on the flagship Volla phone, the Volla Quintus, the phone itself was released at the October of 2024. It uses the MT6877, which is the Dimensity 7050 processor, and the kernel for that was released in October of 2018, so 4.19. We are currently at 6.16. There's a gap of about 6 years from when that kernel was released and when the phone was released. Of course, that's not optimal, because we are already 2 major versions ahead, 6.16, and there have been a lot of changes to the subsystems, as well as the overall performance optimizations and feature fullness of the kernel itself. So, although that has changed with Google forcing much newer kernel versions for SoC vendors as of recently, hence all that hype around the mainline kernel for Android, it still does not fix the dependencies of the SoC vendors for drivers. So the OEMs still have to wait until all the SoC stuff are completely finished. Drivers are written, the SoCs are tested and ready for production, and that obviously is still not good. For example, it also, because some SoC vendors provide kernel upgrades and board support packages upgrades for already released chips and OEMs that are using them, a kernel upgrade from Qualcomm or MediaTek may cost a lot of money that could have been spent on R&D. Sometimes these kernel upgrades are required for newer Android versions, as on a lot of the older phones that were released. I'm talking about Android 8 and older. So obviously this is not really sustainable, as it leaves the SoC vendor in charge of upgrading the kernel source. And SoC vendors don't entertain B-tier and C-tier OEMs and ODMs, because from the vendor's point of view, they are not as much of a money source as an A-tier OEM. With that said, for example, let's say we have a small phone company that are paying for a license to use the MediaTek board support packages and their drivers. MediaTek is more likely to want a higher price for the newer board support package update than the major ones. I'm talking about percentages, not exactly money, percentages from the overall revenue of the company. And of course, this is going to hurt the smaller companies. So this is the problem, but what can we really do about it? And as Napoleon Bonaparte once said, if you want things done well, just do it yourself. So, as normal users, we as a community, we are not really affiliated with companies, and it's not easy to just achieve a longer lifespan of a device. Hence, why so much community projects exist to solve that end-of-life problem, like Post-Market OS, Ubuntu Touch, Droidian, Mobian, and more. We also heard about the new project that collaborates with Volla for the Volla Phone X23. I don't recall its name right now, but
It's Uniro, yeah.
Yeah, Uniro, which also uses not the newest kernel, but still a bit for newer kernel. So yeah, most of these devices in the projects I mentioned use the stock OEM kernel, which still relies on a lot of pre-built blobs, which are linked to the Android user space and the libc implementation. Hence, why so much, why software like libhybris exist on stuff like Ubuntu Touch, Uniro, Droidian, so that it can be used to interpret these blobs and have stuff like hardware acceleration on GNU Linux. Of course, having a whole layer that emulates all the Android API calls is not as optimal as using, for example, more recent kernel with open source graphics stacks. So here comes the things that we can do. There are only really two options that we can proceed with. With one of them, as I said earlier, we could use the vendor provided kernel with a Linux user space, which will kind of extend the life of the device for a few more years until, of course, the kernel becomes too outdated. For example, a lot of folks on Post-Market OS were trying to use the 3.6 or 3.10 kernels from older devices with a newer user space, and obviously there are some issues with that, as we are much further ahead of versions right now. And that's the thing that Post-Market OS mainly does. And the second option, which is to spend a lot of time and effort getting the mainline Linux kernel to work on the particular device. So in mainline Linux, the issue is that while some stuff are supported mainly for Qualcomm SoCs from the ARC64 architecture, a lot of other SoC vendors don't put any time and effort into maintaining and upstreaming their drivers and support for their SoCs. Of course, this brings a lot of trouble to us, community developers, who want to have a newer kernel and use more open source graphic stacks like Mesa and Panfrost. And the issue here is that it takes a lot of time to bring everything up to a functional level on a mainline device. I have attached a photo of something I've been working on in the past year, a Galaxy S22 Plus with mainline kernel. And while it has taken me about 4 to 5 months to upstream this stuff, I've still had a lot of things to do behind the scenes. And it only currently has frame buffer, USB, and touchscreen working. I have about 30 or more patches in upstream for it. So we have obviously got to take the first steps towards becoming EOL less. And we have chosen the mainline way, even though it's a bit more difficult than using the downstream kernel with lib hybrids and stuff like that. The mainline kernel is the basis for all the SoC vendor kernels, even though it's forked to oblivion. So our idea here is to develop the hardware drivers in the kernel side of things ourselves, do the device trees, and upstream everything to the mainline Linux kernel. It has been done for a lot of Qualcomm SoCs and devices already, but this is probably the most sustainable solution to the end-of-life problem of devices. Because if we have support for a certain device in mainline Linux, the kernel itself is gonna keep moving along, keep getting new versions, more and more patches, and the hardware that is already supported and merged is gonna just stay there, continue being maintained, tested, and hence be with no end of life. Of course, after the Linux kernel, we need to have a good user space that we can make use of. And from there, we have distributions like Ubuntu, Debian, or more specific user spaces like the Druidian or Mobian, or even Postmarket OS, paired with adequate mobile interfaces. So yeah, I've attached a picture of another SoC that I have upstreamed in the recent months. It's the Exynos 8895, and I have more than 35 patches for it in mainline, and this is all done obviously over the course of 6 to 7 months. And while it takes a lot of time to not just develop the hardware support, but also upstream it, it's worth it, because this serves as a motivation for other developers to take this route, take this course of action, and work on it as well. Even though only currently frame buffer and touchscreen and SD card work, which is clearly quite limited functionality and not really usable. So yeah, coming back to the topic, our target of interest today is the Volla flagship phone, the Quintus. It all started from us being huge fans of Volla's openness and Linux and privacy orientation, as you all know, hence why we are here. So we got in touch with them, we talked with the CEO, and they were kind enough to donate us a phone, a Quintus, in March, so that we could start developing a basic set of peripherals and drivers and device trees for the mainline kernel with it. So clearly, we began working on it. The priority here was getting at least some basic support for the mainline Linux, and having some sort of debugging way because we can't otherwise be sure that anything works on it. And while MediaTek is not the least contributor towards the open source drivers of the mainline Linux kernel, they're not as open. Some OEMs don't even bother to open source their Linux forks, downstream kernels. The MediaTek bootloader that we were dealing with, in this case a fork of little kernel with MediaTek support, we had to do a bit of workarounds, to say the least, because it forces ugly hacks to the Linux kernel as well as the Android boot image way of booting. And we developed a small shim bootloader support for it called Uniloader, so that we can go around the device tree blob overlay issues that we had. So after we received the device in late March, in April, we started working for trying to get the mainline Linux kernel working. And initially, since we had to get some sort of debugging method to know what's going on, we did so by soldering to the TX part of the device, which is located on the left side of the motherboard. The pins were pretty tiny, and I did make a mistake later on, which I will say. And that was the preferred way. It was the easiest. After a few more days of working on it, we had Linux kernel 6.14 RC5 booting up to the init RAMs. I have it all documented on my personal blog site, which we have attached, as well as some other references at the end of the presentation for you to see. But it was an interesting journey, to say the least. And at that point, we had basic U-boot bootloader support as well as Uniloader support for that. But unfortunately, our work could not continue being so good. And the same night after getting the mainline Linux kernel booting, something really unfortunate happened. As I was trying to desolder the pad to go to sleep and turn off the phone, I accidentally lifted it because the pad is so tiny and my cheap soldering iron outputted too much heat. The TX pad itself lifted, it ripped off, and we were no longer able to get proper logs from the device to debug. Obviously, this is an issue because we did not have at that time any other way of debugging. So we notified Volla, and while waiting for a response, we tried starting to figure out any alternative way to debug. There were two main ideas, two main approaches that we could take, with the first one being using RAM loops pistol. This basically represents a feature of the Linux kernel where on a kernel panic, a kernel crash, the logs that the Linux, Linux kernel generates can be saved into a specific memory region, which after a reboot can be read and the logs can be taken out of it. However, unfortunately, that is not possible, as I found out the hard way that the DRAM gets wiped on every boot, so we can't really sustain a log there. There's no persistence. And the second idea, the one that I use mainly because soldering quart on the device itself is quite risky. Frame buffer. However, this SoC, as well as some older MediaTek SoCs that use the newer style of oval display engine and DSI, require specific DSI calls after every pixel update, which I cannot stress this enough, more than a month trying to get that working, but it just refused to work. I could not get the frame buffer to refresh outside the little kernel bootloader. So from here on, I will give the word to
Yeah.
my friend.
So it was at this point we had pretty much spent over 3 months doing the DSI stuff because frame buffer needed the DSI engine to be brought up, and then you had to refresh the display on every pixel, right? But since we didn't get that working, we ended up, well, I personally ended up just buying a new device, which is the Galaxy A34. It has almost the same chipset and the same hardware, which once I got, I couldn't really locate the schematics for it because those were paid. So after 3 to 4 days of them going back and forth with some people, we managed to land our hands on it. And on the 12th of June, 3 days ago, I got UART on it. Now moving. Now at this point, we're pretty much sure that 3 days is not enough to do anything. So it was all or nothing. I spent 3 all-nighters doing everything that I could. We ended up getting all of the core subsystems up, the clocks were up, and PMEG, the PRAP modules, as well as the USB controller got up. But just last night, we managed to get the regulators working, but it ended up electrocuting me every time. So somehow we broke the PMEG. And that's now onwards. We're gonna figure that out someday later, but at least now you can see the screenshots of the device booting our shim bootloader as well as Linux. And there's also some screenshots of the post-market OS Enneagram if it's booted on the device, as well as some peripherals up, like the dual role USB. Overall, MediaTek is quite hard to work with because all of the drivers and all of the configurations are spread across a wide variety of drivers where they don't even make sense to be in. However, if you spend enough time on it with enough persistence, it's gonna piece together. And one of the benefits of this approach is that because MediaTek likes to reuse a lot of IP for their SoCs, like the 6877 that we have here uses the same I2C peripherals as the 6577, which you could say is more or less the basis of most modern MediaTeks, because at least every SoC at least has some peripherals from the 6577. So if we get, for example, if we upstream some stuff like the PMIC, more other SoCs like the 6833 and the 6853 will automatically start working. It's only a matter of configuration and just 2 to 3 days, and it'll get up to speed with what we have. Now we also have a list of the things that we got working last night and what we don't have working. I will say that because we only had, essentially we only had 3 to 4 days working. So even getting that is, in my opinion, quite a challenge. But
Yeah.
however, now that we've gotten core subsystems up, it'll most easy to get everything else.
Yeah, I just want to add that while Muhammad has been testing more stuff on his Galaxy A34, which uses basically the same SoC die, but just labeled differently. The Volla Phone Quintus one is Dimensity 7050, and I think this one is either 990 or 1080, but it's the same
It's
SoC die.
1080.
Yeah, so the same drivers can be reused, and the same basic device tree nodes can be used on the Volla Phone Quintus, which of course I will test in the future. We just need a solid and reliable way of debugging. And these are basically the important things, the basis of the things we need to bring up and what we've brought. And that is the clocks, the pin control, the USB, partially, because while the USB controller itself works and the full initializes, we don't get it to enumerate for some reason. And the main
It seems
commits
to be,
works. Yeah, what?
yeah, it seems to be outputting power instead of taking it in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This-
we haven't figured that out.
We probably need the MT6360 permits also brought up, which deals with the overcurrent protection and over voltage protection of the USB port, as well as voltage interface. So there are still a lot of things that have to be done, like the rest of the permits, since there is not only a charger permit that's left, but also a camera one. We have to add UFS support as well as support for the display, the whole subsystem, not just OVO, but stuff like DSI, and also GPU, which I believe, as far as I have read, we can reuse the Panfrost drivers as well as messy stuff to have somewhat of
Yeah,
an
it is.
open source, graphics
Yeah,
stack.
it is probably worth mentioning that we got partially the display subsystem up, so the DSI engine works since last night. However, it needs all of the other accompanying engines like RDMA and OVO to properly render on display.
Yeah, and obviously we still need all the phone related features like the mode and the camera, but
Yeah.
there's time for that as well. So obviously, I'm just gonna mention it from now. We are still students, and we are doing this on our own. We are unpaid. We have other stuff to do as well, related to school. I'm gonna be 12th grade next year, so I'm not gonna be sure how free or how busy I am gonna be. But we've drafted a basic planned roadmap over the course of the next few quarters of the year, as well as 2026 and onwards. And in the best case scenario, we're going to be looking forward to finishing the bring up of USB in this month till the end of the January. And then in the span of the third and fourth quarter of 2025, we are going to be working on upstreaming at least basic support for the MT6877, as well as the Quintus. And we are going to be starting to work on more complex hardware blocks. And if everything goes well from the fourth quarter of 2025 and onwards, we are going to be working on more stuff that make the phone really a phone. And that is a modem, a camera, etc., etc. Yeah, so these are some of the resources that people who are interested can check out. And that is a commit to my Uniloader support for the device, as well as a small blog post, which I will probably update and make a new second part of the blog post for the Volla Quintus. And it's time for the questions. We also would.
Yeah, thank you very much. Awesome job. Yeah, I have questions, but I would like to ask, maybe have in the audience, I think, yeah. Yeah, no, son.
Yeah, can you hear me correctly? Yeah, maybe not. I will try to go closer. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So my question was, how do you, if I understand correctly, you're basically just doing the reverse engineering for all the drivers, step by step, for one SOC. Is it correct?
So basically, the idea with our work is that there are almost 4 SoCs in the Dimensity line that are virtually one-to-one. So the drivers that I wrote last night, so the MT6833, the 6853, and the 6877 are basically the same. So if we can get the 6877 support upstream, that will open the possibilities to add support for all of the other SoCs as well. And it will be much easier for those than it was for us, because now the initial basic support is merged for one of them. And now you can just copy paste that and add support for other SoCs.
Yeah, so follow-up question is, how do you think it can be sustainable in the future if MediaTek is not happy with that, Hertz reversing engineering their drivers, or do you envision also some legal aspects that they can not like having open source drivers?
Did you understand the question? Hello? He's back. Hello? Are you back? No, here. Here it's on my screen. Hello? Are you back? Nothing. Is that similar to the work that you have done, Mr. Pham?
Not actually. I mean, they are more more Linux kernel development.
Mm, mm.
I think they get kicked out. I'm not sure. Are they just?
No, that is. Yeah. Hello, you are come back. Can you understand? We don't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah, all right. So back to the question, I did hear it, and it's in the legal side of things. It's not really as much of reverse engineering as using the already available open source stuff for the kernel as well as bootloader stuff. So we are trying to reuse as much as possible. Of course, we have to rewrite a lot of the drivers as 6.16 has much newer subsystems as well as newer design changes, newer style of writing code. And we can't just copy paste code. That would be bad. We have to rewrite a lot of the stuff.
Okay, so so your plans, you are still you will continue to work on that challenge?
Yeah, we do have plans for getting stuff upstream, so we make it truly, mainline, not just a set of patches that sit in my fork on my laptop. And this is a priority, but of course it takes a lot of time. And
Yeah.
we're still students, so we will try our best.
Is your plan to make a business out of it, like a startup or something?
Yes, so okay, Muhammad still can't be heard. I will answer that. So the idea with making a startup about that was to provide not just the mainline kernel, but a whole ecosystem. So basically a custom user space, kernel, and phone, in this case, the Volla Phone Quintus, which can be preloaded with that mainline kernel, as well as user space, and sold.
Did you receive the replacement board, by the way?
Actually, this is a bit funny because for some reason I did not get the email. The email was sent only to Muhammad, and yeah, I can hear now.
Okay, it was sent to a wrong address.
He did not receive a notification about the email. And we realized just yesterday that we did successfully send it, and it has arrived and has been sitting since the 3rd of this month in a local speedy delivery office. I am not sure if the phone has already been sent back, because Speedy has a policy of waiting 7 days before sending back the unreceived stuff. But I will go as soon as it opens tomorrow.
Okay. Let me know if you need new devices, if you have, and then we can help you to work on your vision.
What? I didn't hear that.
Any further questions and comments? Nothing here. So I'm looking forward to stay in contact. Maybe next year you will show on site a running system, and you're welcome to stay in touch. And I appreciate.
I can show the boot process right now if anybody is interested.
Yeah, if you would you like to show something?
Yeah, I do have the device right in front of me.
Okay, yeah, show it. Yeah.
I can show the boot process over serial if anybody's interested in
Yeah,
that.
for sure. Show it.
Okay, 1 second. Windows and okay, that should work. And there it is.
So this is an output of the device itself.
Yeah. So I can boot it now. There it is.
So it's a kind of shell.
Yeah, so basically this is serial output from the phone, and there it is, the shim bootloader and Linux boots on it. We can see the version of it as well. So that's 6.14 and Volla Phone Quintus. It says it's a Volla Phone Quintus, but it's not. And there it is, the post-market OS in RAMFS boots as well. All of the clocks are up, all of the pin control stuff is up. And once this boots, you can also see a shell on the phone. This just takes a while. Okay, booted. So for some reason it changes the baud rate, and there it is. It does think it's a Volla Phone Quintus. Yeah, there it is.
Awesome. Yeah, that's nice to see it live.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what it's hard work to go deep to that level and work on it. For most of our audience, it's a miracle to go that deep. So thank you very much, and we stay in touch. I wish you then a happy evening, and looking forward to see more from your idea. Thanks again. Bye bye.
Bye.